Chair Smith, the meeting is now live.
Thank you very much. So welcome everybody. It is, what are we, June 20th for today's Halifax Board of Police Commissioners meeting. Before I check for commissioners audio and visual, I will acknowledge that we are on Mcdougall, the ancestral unceded and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people, and the municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaty signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. I'll call roll call for commissioners, starting with Commissioner Mcdougall.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome. Can hear you and see you. Great. Commissioner Blackburn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, I'm in Montreal. It's morning here. I'm sorry.
Okay. The main thing is we can see you and hear you.
Thank you, Lisa, for reminding me this afternoon.
No, not a worry. Commissioner Critchley.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. Can hear you, see you, and looking great over there. Commissioner Kent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
And Commissioner Mcdougall.
Hi, everyone.
And I believe Commissioner Thomas will be joining us, but I don't see him at the moment. All right, so yeah, he will be joining us. Okay, so are there any committee announcements from members at all? Nothing. Moving to approval of the minutes, May 16th, 2022. Looking for a mover and a seconder.
I'll move the minutes as tabled.
Thank you. And seconded by Commissioner Mcdougall. Any errors or omissions? All right, hearing none. Call for the question on the minutes.
Question?
Hi.
Thanks. All those in
Oops,
favor
I got
say
ahead of
aye.
it.
Yeah,
Aye.
all good.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, we have the minutes. So going to approval of order of business, approval of additions and deletions. So there is a few things here that we're going to do. And Andrea, I'll need you to help me stay on track so I don't want to miss anything. So first, we'd like to move. Sorry, just trying to.
So I believe, Chair Smith, there's no additions or deletions to the agenda, but I know that you're looking to defer an item, and we might be moving some items around in the order of business today.
Right, yes. So thank you for putting me on track. So what I will ask commissioners, if we can defer 10.1.2 report recommendations tracking document June 2022 to our next meeting. The reason is twofold. One is I didn't get the updated tracking document to you all before the meeting, but also I feel, and I'm really not happy with our current tracking document in the formatting and our process and how to get information from both HRP and RCMP, not on their side, on just how the document is laid out and how we have to update it. So asking if we can just take time until next meeting to reformat it, get a better process for getting information on that tracking and document, if you're fine with that. And I see Commissioner Critchley have a question.
Chair Smith, I just want to say that I'm fine with that, so long as others are as well. And I would just ask that, in light of some of the previous updates we've gotten in the past, just that I'm not sure if there already was a written update from provincial DOJ, but if you could just kind of make best efforts to get a written update from provincial DOJ, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And that's also kind of the figuring out a better system where we have just a system that goes provide us information without trying to request it and track information down. So that's the mission of mine for the next meeting, is just have a better system for us to get those updates and track them. So no, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner. Commissioner McDougall.
So I agree that it should be deferred. And I also think it's worth looking at that document, as you said, that it's now somewhat, I wouldn't say outdated, but it doesn't have the same weight and it doesn't tell us what we want to know. So figuring out how to report and make it meaningful, I think is a real a necessary step before we look at it again. And perhaps there could be a couple of people who might be interested in trying to figure that out before the next meeting. Like just how we want to hear from and get reports from everyone on that document or on the recommendations.
Thank you. Duly noted as well. Appreciate that. So if you're all in agreement of deferring that until next meeting, pending some further work on that, I call for, the question on this?
Not yet, Chair, because it's just a deferral. We don't need to have, while we're doing it during the order of business, we don't need to have a vote on it. So we can consider the other items that need to be moved in the order.
Okay. All right. That's why I was a little hesitant to even ask for that. Thank you. So now on my document, it does have moving in 7-1 after 13-1, but we should wait until we get to order of business, correct?
We can do that now.
Okay. All right. So going to the order of business, so we deferred the water report. So now looking at the order of business, is it just to be clear? So if we move item 7-1 to after item 13-1, doesn't that mean that would be at the end of the meeting? 13.
That is correct. It would be after the commission goes in camera.
Right. I think it would be better in the commissioners, if you feel would make sense for us to move, because we do have a few presenters here and we don't want to have them waiting too long. Would you like us to move the item 7-1, can keep it where deferred business is, but move our in camera ahead of that, or would you rather wait until the end? Commissioner Quick, please.
Personally, Chair Smith, I think it makes sense to do it at the end, just for the flow of the meeting.
Okay, so anyone else?
I agree.
Okay, that works for me. So what we'll do is, because we do have someone here who is going to provide information, maybe, I'm not sure who, if on your end, Andrea or Ian can just communicate with them so they don't have to be here for the entire meeting. Okay. All right, so, oh, sorry, Commissioner Akindojo.
Yeah, I just want to remind you, Chair, that in case we need a quorum, I might not be here at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Because my meeting starts, I've asked to take some hours away from the meeting to join this meeting. So in case we need a quorum, I'm okay with pushing it to the end, but if we need a quorum, I might not be here towards the end.
Okay, thank you. And I think we're okay if we lose, it'd be great to have you, but I think if we lose you, we're still on quorum, correct, Andrea?
That is correct.
Yeah.
We'll be good.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll move 7-1 to after 13-1, which is the end of the meeting. And also, I think that's the only, and actually in Commissioner Christ, I believe you wanted to move a motion for after our presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Smith. I mean, this is, obviously at the preference of the other members. The motion that I've brought, so that would be item 10.2.2, is pursuant to the presentation that we're receiving, which is item 8.3.1. And so my suggestion would be that it might be fruitful to have the motion put on the floor following that presentation. And I say that for two reasons. So one is just sort of continuity and a clear flow of the meeting. And then two is that, and again, I'd look to the Chair Smith and perhaps Mr. McLean for clarification on this, but if in the context of the discussion of the motion, a question arises that we want clarification on, I would hope Ms. Mariner, where she is the Canadian expert on this subject, could provide clarification to the board sort of right then and there. And that might be an easier use of Ms. Mariner's time, where she's not required to be present for a presentation and then return a little later on for the discussion of the motion.
I'll
Agree.
I'll look at Ian or Marty. Is that okay? Is there any issues with that?
Chair Smith, thank you. Don't see any formal issues with that. I will just note that they are still going to be two separate items. So questions pertaining to that should be done during the presentation. When the presentation is over, it is difficult to have questions coming up after the fact. So just if the movement to the agenda was desired by the commission, that would be appropriate. But when the presentation is over, that is when the time for engagement and questions would end. So just as a friendly reminder for that, nothing more.
Okay, so that would then be contrary to what you're asking for, Mr. Christie, because you're asking for during the motion discussion to be able to ask Ms. Mariner questions.
Well, I just wanted to leave it open for the benefit of other commissioners if they did have questions that they didn't, that arose later on. But I understand Mr. McLean's point, and so hopefully, if I just encourage other commissioners to just try and get their questions in while they get the chance, and then hopefully we can have a full discussion regarding the motion.
All right, that's clear. Marty?
I just want to be sure. So this is a motion arising out of the presentation then? Yeah, okay. I want to take a quick look at that and see if there's any restriction on that. I can get back to you in a few minutes. Okay. All right.
All right. So what we've decided on the agenda is that 7.1 will be after 13.1, which is in camera, and then we will have motion by Commissioner Critchley after the presentation that we are receiving, because they are related, and I believe that's the only other change. Is that correct, Andrea?
That is correct, Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask to move the agenda as amended. Moved by Commissioner Critchley, seconded by?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Blackburn. Any further comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, so moving on to business arising out of the minutes, there are none. Call for declaration of conflict of interest. Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I'll declare a conflict of interest with respect to item 10.2.1.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, moving to consideration deferred business, February 28, 2022. Oh, sorry, no, that's moved. So I'm going to go to our next item, correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Is there any correspondence, clerk?
Chair Smith, there was no correspondence received for this meeting.
Thank you. 8.2 petitions, no petitions, I believe.
The clerk's office did not receive petitions for this meeting.
All right, thank you. Anything from members?
Mr. Chair, I have an issue I'm having here that I want to bring to your attention. I can't seem to get onto the agenda on the City Hall site, so I'm having a hard time accessing reports. It's it's coming up really strange. So I wonder if I send a note in the chat to perhaps Andrea, the clerk's office, maybe they could forward me a copy of the reports that I'm looking for. I want to be able to reference.
So Councillor Kent, Commissioner,
Yes.
Kent, I can, Ian's actually posted the website link to the agenda page, and all the reports are linked there.
Yeah, mine is coming up.
That.
Yeah, and that's what I had a few seconds ago. And now I am getting this really strange encrypted page, and I've just done it about 10 times and I'm not getting anything.
And that's on the
other than-
website?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know exactly, Commissioner. I know mine does that sometimes too, and it's kind of complicated to fix. But you can also look to see if your agenda or your meeting calendar invite has attachments in it. Because I know Andrea
it does, but it only has some of them. I think they were. But I'll look. I just want you to be aware in case I.
okay.
Chair Smith, I'll follow up with the commissioner directly.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Great, thank you for making us aware of that. Getting back on track here. All right, we're on to presentations. 8.3.1, Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review and Emerging Best Practice in Sexual Assault Investigation. And we have Sunny Mariner, Canadian Lead Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review, who is here to provide us with a presentation. And I do see Sunny in the meeting.
So Chair Smith, Sunny has now been promoted to panelist, so she is in the meeting. If we just want to double check her audio and her video.
I'm here and hopefully you're all able to see me.
Yes, we can see you and hear you. Welcome.
Thank you, commissioners and Chair Smith, so much for making the time to speak today. I'm wondering, I think that Andrea is helping me today in terms of the screen sharing. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Is everybody able to see that?
Yep, I can get a thumbs up from other folks just to make sure.
Fantastic.
Got a couple thumbs. Yep. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, as I said, and thank you, Commissioner Critchley, for facilitating this discussion today and this opportunity to speak to the Board of Police Commissioners. I'm going to take about hopefully only about 15 minutes to run through kind of a compressed introduction to VACR, Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review, which is a form of case review of sexual assault investigations that's being employed across Canada currently in municipal police services. So as I proceed, I will kind of just run through the overview. I do invite questions during the presentation as well. You do not have to hold questions or things until the end. If you have something that comes up while I'm speaking, please feel free I think I can see if you put your hands up in the corners, and I'm really happy to address any questions that you have. Andrea is assisting me, as I've said, so I'll just ask Andrea if you can progress to the next slide. Where I'll take a moment and just introduce myself to you. As you know, my name is Sunny Mariner, and I have been working in sexual assault since 1996, primarily frontline work with survivors of sexual violence in independent community rape crisis and sexual assault centers. But very early in my career, my work intersected with issues of sexual violence and the criminal justice system writ large. And so over this span of over 25 years now, my focus and my specialty has been looking at issues of barriers for sexual assault investigations moving forward in the criminal justice system, and looking internationally and nationally at best practices to try to address some of the bottlenecks that exist, not just here in Canada, but in every country in the world in terms of sexual assault investigations progressing. These issues are global. And so obviously part of the work that I have done is looking globally to sort of answer that question of where is it working, or are there places or there are models that are promising practices. What you see on your screen before you is the result of really what amounts to about 10 years of work, but 2 years of focused work with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, where we agreed to introduce the VACR model in their national Canadian framework for collaborative police response on sexual violence. This document is available for download on the CACP website if you go to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee documents. And what this is a roadmap for guiding Canadian police services on how to appropriately implement case reviews that maintain methodological rigor, that have been tested, that have a track record, obviously, of addressing issues, and also introduce some of the tools and the framework of VACR. So there's more information available for you there if you have continued questions after today, but of course, I'm happy to address any of that. So, Andrea, if we can move to the next slide. Many of you will know that Canadians only became aware of many of the bottlenecks in sexual assault investigations as the result of a 2017 series by the Globe and Mail, which was entitled Unfounded. And what unfounded means is it's just a clearance category for sexual assault investigations that police have determined that no crime occurred or was attempted. And part of what Unfounded made Canadians aware of was the fact that 1 in 5 nationally, 1 in 5 sexual assault investigations are deemed unfounded. And obviously, while there's many reasons to unfound something, really this has been the catch-all category for those cases where credibility is deemed an issue, or that perhaps the survivor or the person reporting is not being believed as to their experience of sexual violence. When this series aired, our work on VACR was actually underway and had been underway for over 7 years at that point. And what people were not aware of was that we had already developed the VACR model, which was based on an original model that was being used in Philadelphia. But we had developed a uniquely Canadian iteration of case review and worked with privacy commissioners and others for many years around trying to implement this model. And we actually had 2 sites underway, as you see there, 2 in Ontario. You'll notice that as we progressed, that many of the original sites for VACR were in Ontario, and that's simply because I lived there for 25 years. I currently now live on the south shore of Nova Scotia and Mahone Bay, for those who might be familiar with the area. But as I say, we had the model underway. And if we look at the next slide, part of the key that I think is important to keep in mind is that police don't, as you well know better than anybody else, police don't operate in isolation from other elements of the criminal justice system. And many people have talked about the issues all the way through the cycle of the criminal justice system with sexual assault investigations and prosecutions. They're some of the most difficult cases to move forward. But this model focuses specifically and clearly on the police level. What we look at in terms of the police level is, we call this the front door to the criminal justice system. A person who's experienced sexual violence moves to the police level, knocks on the door of the criminal justice system, and what occurs at that moment will determine whether or not they move forward into the cycle of the rest of the arms of the criminal justice system that you see there. So that's a critical juncture, because that's basically the moment at which a decision is made about access to the criminal justice system for Canadian citizens and victims of crime. And that's why we're looking at policing. And what we know about that front door of the criminal justice system, if we move to the next slide, is that it has a very high case attrition rate. And attrition obviously just means those cases that are winnowed down as we try to move them forward. What the Globe and Mail alerted Canadians to was that 1 in 5 cases were unfounded. But that misleadingly for a lot of people led them to believe that the other 4 cases were moving forward. And in fact, that's not the case. Nationally, usually only 1 in 5 reports will move forward to charges. So somewhere between approximately a 15 to 20% average charge rate across the country. And those other 4 reported cases do not move forward. And there's been a real paucity of evidence and study about why that is and what's occurring at that moment that creates this massive attrition rate at that front end of the criminal justice system. So that's the focus of this work. That's the focus of my work. And that's the issue that we're looking to try to address and understand better to determine whether or not sexual assaults that are reported to police, which, as you can see, there are only 5% of all the sexual assaults that occur in Canada. Those ones that are reported to police, where there are reasonable and probable grounds, have an opportunity to move forward for those survivors who are seeking a criminal justice system response. And the next slide is research by a Canadian expert, Holly Johnson, who's a quantitative researcher. And what Holly's work shows us, if you draw your attention to that pink line along the bottom of that graph, what you'll see is this is some of the first longitudinal work that was done looking at all of the things that we've done in the criminal justice system and criminal justice system reform, and what have the impacts been on charge rates in terms of cases resulting in charges once reported to the police. And what you see there is that Holly traced, or Professor Johnson traced, sexual assault charges from 1983, which is when the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was introduced and sexual assault law changed in the country, to 2008. And approximately 96% of all sexual assaults fall into that pink line that you see along the bottom. That's level 1 sexual assault. And what you also see from that line is that charge rates are essentially unchanged since 1983. So even though we have done enormous amounts of work and reform and introduced training and all kinds of other tools, in fact, the impact that they're having is negligible because the charge rate is remaining exactly the same as it was over 20 years ago. And so again, what this tells us when we measure impact is that many of the mechanisms that we've been using are clearly not having an impact to create substantive change in terms of what happens at the policing level of sexual assault. And that's what the development of the model grew out of. The next slide will give you just a brief timeline. It's busy and there's a lot on it. You're not expected to read it all, obviously, but it gives you a brief timeline of some of the work that was done to try to address those issues I just introduced to you. And a lot of that work started in 2011, which became about adapting best practices, both analyzing things that weren't working and then looking to methodologically things that might work. And so our work, my work and others across the country encompassed, first of all, working with Canadian experts in privacy to discuss whether or not case reviews as a mechanism were even something that we could implement in the country. We worked with the federal government and had our first moment of agreement of federal funding in 2016. I currently work under federal funding today. I'll introduce a little bit more about that. And now subsequently, since 2016, we've been working with communities across the country to implement and test and refine this model. And we continue to do so under federal funding through the Department of Women and Gender Equality. We're now, I believe, on our 4th year of, or our 5th year almost, of funding with them. But as you can see, there was a lot of work and build up and analysis, academic input, privacy expert input, policing input, and advocate input, which includes survivors across the country, on the development of the model that we're currently using. The next slide will give you a very brief overview of the federal funding model that we're working within. As I mentioned, WAGE, that's the Department of Women and Gender Equality, agreed to fund our work in 2016. And initially, we believed that we were going to start with just 4 pilot communities to see if the ACR was making an initial difference, could be evaluated to show some impacts early on. Because of the fact that that was timed with the Globe and Mail series, in fact, what happened was there was an explosion of uptake of the case review model across the country. And so very quickly, we were working across 5 different provinces in the country. And we had implementations. Today, I believe we're at almost 30 implementations around the country, not including conversations that I'm currently having with police services in provinces that are not yet public. So those are not part of that count. But the work has progressed, as you can see, over what is now 6 years. and 5 provinces. Commissioner Blackburn, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. No, I just want just a quick question about those 30 sites. Are you currently working with municipal police services, or do you have experience with RCMP as well? Because we do have that blended model here.
Absolutely. So the VACR model is designed specifically for municipal services. RCMP adopted in 2019 kind of what we call a case conference model. It's not the same model. It's a model where you take a look at usually just a couple randomly selected cases, and then you have a multidisciplinary discussion around it. And there can be learnings, obviously, that come from those kinds of tables. VACR model is actually designed to look at, and we'll chat about this as we proceed, but it's designed to look at every single case that does not proceed to charge. We call it creating a new link in the investigative chain. And because of the thoroughness of this model and the audit nature of the model, RCMP, when they're dealing with thousands of cases in a province, so they clearly are not able to review every one of those thousands of cases. So they have not adopted that sort of comprehensive model. Our project, Improving Institutional Accountability Project, I do work on elements of the criminal justice system that involve both the Canadian military, that involve RCMP, that involve other forms of law enforcement. But this specific model is aimed at the municipal service. Did that address your question?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. So we can move to the next slide to give you just a sense of what we're trying to accomplish, because it's always really important to ask yourself, what are you trying to do before you embark on trying to do something? And the key goals, although there are many different benefits of case reviews, the key goals, number one goal for a VACR review is to create a safety net for any survivor walking through the door of the police station to report today. Currently, nothing exists to have comprehensive oversight of cases that are not moving forward, which means that if something goes wrong at that front end, or if there's a problem at that front end, the only person who's responsibilized to alert the public, to alert us, to alert others to systemic issues is that survivor of sexual violence themselves. Obviously, that should not be on their shoulders. Systemic oversight is our job. And should not be on the shoulders of victims. And so VACR is right off the top intended to ensure that there's an actual oversight safety net mechanism for survivors reporting today. But beyond that, we also want to address those case attrition numbers that we talked about at the outset by identifying what is causing them. What's causing 4 out of 5 cases to not move forward? And the answer is not going to be one thing. We know internationally, literature shows that one of the key underpinnings are, unfortunately, with any gender-based violence crime, there are societal attitudes and societal understandings of gender-based violence that impact investigations. And we have a lot of international literature that shows that. But there are other types of barriers, and very frequently, they are locally connected. So the barriers that you experience in Halifax with cases moving forward are not going to be identical to the barriers, for example, that they're experiencing in Nunavut. So a one-size-fits-all review and one-size-fits-all recommendations do not necessarily address the barriers that you're experiencing in your community. So VACR is intended to identify what are those barriers to cases moving forward, and are some of those things that we can be solutions focused about and address and attempt to ameliorate in the reporting process. And of course, then we move to that higher place where we are also able to identify larger trends, themes, future needs, trends that are occurring in investigations and solutions. So that large scale, less granular, but more trend-based and systemic-based information. So those are the 3 levels of information and goals that we're trying to accomplish with VACR. And if we move to the next slide, and thank you again, Andrea, for helping me with this. As you can see, it's a simple picture, but it explains a lot. What has always existed in investigative chains for sexual assault and all other crimes actually is report, investigation, clearance. And what we're in fact doing is creating a systemic change by adding a new link to that investigative chain for every sexual assault investigation. So now we have report, investigation, clearance, and review for every case that does not proceed. And to give you a bit of an idea of just some of the broad strokes of the fundamentals, if we move to the next slide, a very basic overview just for your information is that, as I've said, our review teams review all cases that are not cleared by charge. So if it did not go to charges, then the reviewer sees it, and they see it within 3 months of the time that it was cleared. We try to make sure that the reviews occur as contemporaneously as possible to the clearance, so that if there's any investigative potential in that case and it can move forward, we caught it early enough that we hopefully have not lost all of that opportunity. Our review teams review all documents and all videos and all notes. So they have to hear from the reporting survivor themselves, how they've described their own experience, and then they can look at that in the course of the police investigation. We focus in our reviews on victims who are 12 and over and subjects over the age of 18. Now, that's a bit right now something we're working through because we are missing some peer-on-peer violence as a result of that, the 18 and over restriction. That was something that kind of came in when we started reviews out of an abundance of caution with the Youth Criminal Justice Act and wanting to ensure that we were respecting the privacy of those who might be considered young offenders. We're working with privacy currently across the country on ensuring that we can see all cases regardless of subject age. The reason that we focus on 12 and over with victims is because the reasons that sexual assault cases do not proceed vary enormously as soon as consent becomes part of the equation, which is at 12 years old in Canada. The minute the potential for consent is introduced to an investigation, it absolutely changes the tenor of that investigation. It introduces credibility in a completely different way than it might be with an 8-year-old, for example. This is not to say there aren't issues with childhood sexual abuse cases. There are, but in very particular focus, the 12 and over area is where we know that a lot of things start to go wrong. We also know at that 12 and over area that the vast majority of sexual assaults in Canada are experienced by survivors who identify as women and girls between the ages of 12 to 25. So we really need to be looking at that age range. Obviously, we have criteria and tools that we use that have been developed over many years, and they are consistent from review site to review site to review site so that everybody is comparing apples to apples and are using a consistent methodology. One of the things that sets apart this model very specifically is who's doing the reviewing. The reviewing in these investigations are done by frontline, trauma-informed, intersectionally informed sexual assault center advocates. So the people in your community who are working with the survivor population and are talking to the survivor population are the same people who are reviewing the cases. So they are subject matter experts in sexual assault. This is their core expertise and what they work in basically 24/7. So that is as opposed to somebody who might have a diffuse purpose. Commissioner Blackburn.
Just a quick follow-up question. So the review teams and how they're structured, is that something that is the same across all 30 locations where this is currently working, or is it more tailored toward each individual jurisdiction?
Right, absolutely. Actually, a core element of this model is who reviews. So methodologically, regardless of where we are, we start from an 8-point criteria for reviewers that follow what you see here in the reviewing organization list. Now, the simple fact is that not all communities are the same. Not all communities have frontline sexual assault centers that operate independently from the criminal justice system. We work in some very rural areas as well. So part of my job is working with the community to identify who are the people that meet the criteria for reviewers, or if we don't have a full complement of people who can meet that criteria, who are the people that come as close to that criteria as possible. So that's a process that we do with the communities that we work with. We call that the development period, where we identify who are the people that match our methodological criteria.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. We'll move to the next slide, being aware of time. I think a really important thing to say right off the top is, specifically for policing as well, often this can be perceived as a gotcha exercise, that you're bringing people in to try to catch out people that are making mistakes or that are, trying to expose issues. In fact, the ACR has to function as a go forward solutions focused exercise. We're not looking at cases that were done 10 years ago. Although we often hear from survivors who want their cases looked at when they happened 10 years ago. What the purpose of the ACR is to ensure that each investigation from today forward is a complete investigation, and that we are combining subject matter expertise with those policing approaches to ensure the best outcomes for survivors who are choosing to report. So that has to be solutions focused. It has to be proactive rather than retrospective. We're not doing a lessons learned exercise here. We're doing an operational quality assurance exercise. That's what that is as we move forward. Reviewers obviously are not reinvestigating cases. The only thing I have when I review in front of me is what the officer did. And that's what I'm looking at, is what did that investigator do? And I'm informed by what that investigator did. So it's not just people that are randomly kind of inserting their opinion of what they think should have happened. It has to be based on the evidence and what's available to you. But that also sometimes does include the fact that maybe steps weren't taken that you needed to have in order to make those evaluations. And that's something a reviewer will see as well. As I've already identified, the reviewer's intent is to identify those barriers, and then they move to collaborative problem solving with police. So we figured out what the barrier is. How are we going to address it? What are we going to do to proactively try to reduce that barrier for the population that are experiencing it? And one thing that we know from the fact that reviews like this, or certainly close to this, have been existing for over, I think now 20 years, is that this changes the tenor of a relationship between the police service and the advocates in the community. So we have two more quick slides, and Commissioner Critchley, thank you for timekeeping for me. We'll move to the next slide very quickly. I won't take you through every one of these elements of the benefits that we're trying to achieve. Certainly each one of these has a drilled down discussion about how do we achieve it and how do we pull it out. But the idea behind this exercise, while of course we're looking to the possibility of moving cases forward where there are reasonable and probable grounds to do so, we also want to achieve other benefits. I like one activity that gives me 8 good results. Anything that's efficient like that can be super helpful. And so there is multiple different benefits that we're trying to accrue from the exercise that we're involved in. And as we go forward, because this exercise never ends, it's a new operational exercise, what we also see is that some of those benefits shift year over year, where we see a stronger emphasis in one area, and then the next year we see a stronger emphasis in another or 2 others. So we're always trying to accrue benefit from the activity because nobody has time to waste in today's world, obviously. And we want to be able to measure whether those outcomes are working for us so that we don't have to have a 30-year retrospective like Professor Johnson did to see that things are not working after 30 years of effort. Councillor Kent, is it Kent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sunny, for this. This is, I think there's a lot of merit here. One of the questions I have is, how do you balance out and protect the confidentiality of the case file that you are reviewing? And is there a piece that you would, I would assume you would include permission from the person that has experienced this sexual violence, and just that whole picture?
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that? And I'm going to add another piece to it.
Sure.
Which includes, when I think about how you potentially are drawing reviewers from the locations, the communities, is there a risk of them those folks being known to the people in the community, and any consequences of that, as opposed to maybe pulling in a reviewer that's from an entirely different locale that has new, fresh set of eyes on that situation, and there's certainly less concern around confidentiality.
Yes, thank you for those questions. As I mentioned at the outset, privacy implications became the first question that we looked at over the course of about 3 years. We worked hand in hand with the Canada Research Chair for Information and Privacy, Dr. Teresa Scaza, who actually published a paper, a peer-reviewed paper that I'm happy to share with the Board of Commissioners around this model and how the privacy implications can be addressed. So that's available and can be shared with you if you're interested in reading academic papers about privacy. But all of which to say, we developed from that a 5-part privacy protection framework, which I didn't include in today's presentation just because it's a little bit in the weeds, but I'm certainly happy to discuss it further with any of the commissioners if you'd like to. And the key here links to the second part of your question, which is who's doing the reviewing. These often are there's a misnomer people use with these types of reviews where they call them external case reviews. And what that implies is that you're just taking random people in the community and throwing private information out to them, which is in fact not what's happening. What's happening is when you pick your subject matter expert reviewer team, they're picked from organizations who already have stringent confidentiality and privacy oaths that all of their staff have to take, including comprehensive background, vulnerable person checks, et cetera. And it's a condition of their employment that they be entirely informed by and seized of working with confidential information. As somebody who works in violence against women and has my whole life, I am very clear that if I even slip accidentally with a piece of information, that can result in a fatality, say, for example, for a woman fleeing spousal violence. And so that is built into the professional obligations of the reviewers that are part of the review. So what we call that is duly bound. That means that they are bound through their employment. Often they're bound through professional colleges if they're members of colleges of social work or psychotherapy. They also have confidentiality requirements that can impact their ability to practice if they breach confidentiality on that end. But then further, we sign an oath of confidentiality with the police service around coming in and working on behalf of the police service to review these cases. So there's multiple different layers of confidentiality. And the document that I showed in the beginning, the collaborative framework, what you'll find in there is a letter from the Ontario Privacy Commissioner who we worked with initially on this issue, and then the Federal Privacy Commissioner, both endorsing the fact that they had looked through the privacy protections and are satisfied with the importance of the exercise and the protections that are in place for privacy. I will say, just to attend to a different part of your question, all of our reviewers, part of why we draw on these reviewers is, as I said, because they are the same people who are working with survivors in the community. So if things in the community are not working, they're hearing that directly from survivors. So they're survivor informed about what's really happening. If, for example, I were in a review and a case came before me that was somebody I had been the direct counselor for in my agency, I would recuse myself from that case and another reviewer would take that case. Because our reviewers work independently. We're not working as a group, although we all are together in a room. We're all looking at our own cases. So if I have a case where I look at it and I go, okay, that's somebody that's known to me in a personal capacity, et cetera, then I just close that case and say, for example, if you were on the review team, you would pick that one up. So we have a double blind in place for that protection. I'm just going to go to Commissioner Mcdougall. Actually, I'm sorry. I should address one last thing that you had said. You had asked about consent in terms of review. And because these are subject matter experts who are being invited in to be part of the investigative chain, additional consents are not sought. So, for example, if you were an investigator and you're looking at a case and you want a Crown opinion on that case, that's considered part of the investigative chain of the case. So you can consult with that Crown. You don't go back to the individual and seek an additional consent because it's part of the criminal justice system process. Because reviews are embedded as part of the investigative chain, they're a standard practice that must occur with any case that does not move to charges. They are the same part of the investigative chain that, for example, a Crown opinion might be, or a staff sergeant supervisor's oversight of a case might be. And so we're consistent with the way that information is shared within the investigative chain with other types of law enforcement activities. That might need a little more unpacking. I can understand that was a very high level, but that's sort of the overview if possible. I have Commissioner Mcdougall, but I think there's a question from the chair.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Kara, if you don't mind, because you only have one slide left, if you could
I
just
do.
that.
I do.
Yeah, do that
And
last
it's
slide.
an easy slide.
Right. Kara, do you mind?
No problem. My question relates to that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Perfect. So we'll move to the last slide, just to give you a sense of where VACR is currently being used in the country. This is not comprehensive because, as I've said, when I'm in a conversation with communities, police chiefs, for example, we don't put their names on the slide until they've said that they're very comfortable and they're committed to moving forward. So that's who our folks are that you see here. And as I mentioned at the outset, a lot of our initial sites were in Ontario because that's where I was located, and I'm part of the Ontario Violence Against Women provincial coalition. So we worked on a lot of sites there, but then we expanded to Alberta and expanded to Saskatchewan, where we actually have an agreement with the Ministry of Justice in Saskatchewan around implementing VACR in all municipal sites in the province. We have a similar agreement with the government of New Brunswick, where we're currently now we're implemented in 2 sites and working on development of others. I'm happy to announce that our newest province and our newest review just happened in May in Charlottetown, PEI, on PEI, where they have now done that implementation. And so there are conversations happening around the country and consistently spreading from there. And now I think I'll turn to Commissioner Mcdougall if that's appropriate for your question.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's really encouraging to see the progress that you are making across the country. So I may have missed this, but when a community agrees to participate, who actually owns the way it proceeds? So if there's a case and it needs to be reviewed, it's in the chain of investigation. But does it come from, say, the organization that works with people who have been victims of sexual assault, or does it come from the police, or does it come from justice? Or
right.
So when you've got a bunch of different people and organizations collaborating,
mm-hmm.
Who starts it when each case is reviewed?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first off, I should say that our project does all of the training with the review teams. So anytime we create a review team, I work with that review team on training them on how to review. Those reviewers work independently initially. So all of our reviewers are arm's length at the outset when they're going through their cases. There are no police in the room. There's no crowns in the room. It's drawn entirely on the expertise of the subject matter experts who work with sexual assault, its perpetrators, the behaviors of its survivors, intersectional impacts. And when I say intersectional, I mean those compounding impacts of, say, for example, the intersections of race and sexual violence, class and sexual violence, levels of ability and sexual violence. All of our reviewers are drawn from environments that have those as core understandings and principles. They use the tools that we've developed and provided and guide them through how to review a case. At the end of the review, say the reviewers have isolated 15 cases where they think there are potential either large questions or even potentially problems or issues that they've identified. At the end, they sit down with the police service in question, identify for that police service the issues that they have identified, the questions that they have. They will discuss at that point, but the expectation is that the police then take that feedback from the reviewers and the issues that have been identified, go away, look at those cases, and at the outset of the next review, come back and report back into the review team about what they may or may not have done with the cases that were identified. That process entirely happens between the police service and the review team. The review team is not empowered to, say, for example, leave a review, go and give an interview to the Chronicle Herald and talk about what they found. That's not an empowerment that they have. What they can do, though, and this is what we work on across the country, is review teams can come back and report to, anonymized, obviously, and with no report to their police services boards or their boards of commissioners on what they're finding, so that or trends that they're seeing, so that the police services board, and through them the public, because the police services board or the board of commissioners information is public, can be informed on what's coming out of that review. I don't know if that specifically speaks to your question, but hopefully it kind of ran through a little bit of what that process looks like.
No, it does. Thank you.
I see another hand. Is it Akinduju? Commissioner Akinduju? Am I saying that correctly?
I think you did. You tried.
Awesome.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick one. My question is around capacity. Given the increased occurrence of sexual abuse nationwide, how do you cope in terms of capacity and avoid further delays?
Yes, that's a great question. So first of all, our review team looks at a case after the officer has made a decision. So officers make what we call RPG decisions, reasonable and probable grounds, and they decide whether or not a case is going to proceed on the basis of that. If you were the investigator and you said, I do not believe that I have reasonable and probable grounds to proceed because of insufficient evidence, say, for example, you will have closed your case. That's when it's going to go to the review team. So the review team doesn't slow down the course of the investigation at all. The decisions and everything that happens in the investigation follow the existing trajectory. The change is that there's now a new layer where that potentially that case can be caught and potentially sent back. The way that review teams work is we all work, and I say we because I've sat on them as well as teaching people how to do them. We all work independently. So we have approximately 6 members on a team. 6 members over 3 days. I can say in my Ottawa review, we reviewed up to 250 cases per quarter. And so I've looked at the Halifax numbers, and you're not at that level, but we also review in Calgary, where there's huge numbers of reports. So that's part of why the model works, is that the independent reviewers, it's not 8 people talking about one case. It's 6 or 8 people who are going through every single case. So far, we have not had issues with the number of cases outpacing the capacity of the reviewers. If that were to happen, that would be a learning that we would take, that we would have to come back and go, how are we going to maintain the thoroughness of the review with capacity? But we've been good so far. And reviewers also get very, very good at this over time, because they certainly develop it as a skill as well. Hopefully that addressed your question in terms of capacity.
Thank you, you did.
Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mariner, for the presentation. You know, it was really, really comprehensive, and I'll thank you as well for your answers to other commissioners' questions. You know, I had questions on my own sheet, and then I've been crossing them off as they've been going along. I just had more questions of clarification than anything. So one was, I was wondering if you could speak briefly regarding your work in development with Kentville, obviously here in the province. And then the second question was, I just wondered if you could say a few words about the ongoing federal support for the IAAP program and your work with the federal government.
Absolutely, thank you. So yes, I was super excited when I came to Nova Scotia, because we started conversations with Kentville almost right away. And unfortunately, we got to the MOU stage, because we have an MOU with every police service that outlines the different roles and what the framework of the review is. Unfortunately, Kentville had a number of other things that kind of came up and prioritized what they needed to be focusing on in that moment. So we're on pause with Kentville right now. That does not mean that we are not proceeding with Kentville. It just means that we've had to go, okay, we're going to put this on a side burner while a couple of other things move forward. But I still, I'm not, and I was convinced that Kentville was going to be our first functioning implementation. Now I'm not exactly sure if somebody's going to beat them to the punch. We'll see. But they're certainly underway and ongoing. And that has meant that we've had an opportunity to do a lot of analysis in the province of Nova Scotia of who our reviewers are, where they would be drawn from, what are the agencies for, et cetera. And as far as the ongoing federal funding, so this work started before federal funding existed. This was driven out of community and by advocates and experts in sexual violence. But very quickly, like I said, we were quite lucky to get 3 years of support to do implementations with the federal government. It was basically renewed for round 2, so we call it IIAP phase 2 right now because we don't all have enough acronyms in our lives. And we're in the beginning of phase 2 with the federal government right now. So that means that this particular phase of the project, which is continuing the rollout across the country and in provinces where we're not yet implemented, will extend until January 2024. Now, the expectation is, of course, this is not work that ends, right? This is systemic change work. This is systemic reform work and oversight work. So it proceeds regardless of where we are in terms of who's supporting us or who's not. But we've been very, very lucky to have broad scale national support up to now through the federal government and federal privacy. And the expectation is that that will continue. And part of what that allows is it allows me to work directly one-on-one with a community to walk every step of implementing this through with them. So no community has to reinvent the wheel. No community has to try to figure it out. There's support there that's being essentially paid for by the federal government to support your community if your community wants to even begin talks or looking at whether or not it's feasible. So I do that with communities across the country. Did that address your questions, Commissioner Critchley?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Kent.
Yeah, I just have one more question, and because Commissioner Critchley went down the Kentville road that I was going to. So thank you for that answer. And I hope that they can proceed. Question for you around cost,
yes.
Financial implications. So can you share some of that for us? As a commission, we have that responsibility and we need to be aware. Thank you.
This is in some ways my favorite part, which is where I get to tell you that it costs you absolutely nothing. Because the federal government is paying for our project to support your community. That's you're not paying me, they are. And so that's not a cost to you. The only time that we actually really encounter costs is, say, for example, our reviewers need 6 or 7 computers to review on. Well, if you don't have 6 or 7 computers, usually police services do, they usually have a training classroom or something like that where we can access their computers. In my Ottawa review, they trucked in computers from around the police service, set them up in a boardroom, and then put them back on people's desks when we were done. But if, for example, we don't have that, that computer available, then sometimes some communities we've had to buy a computer. For example, Charlottetown recently tapped into their provincial government to pay for 5 computers so that they could have reviewers. Apart from things like that, really the costs are, and I actually don't like this, I'll be candid. The costs are being borne by the community in many ways, because the advocates who are coming in and doing that review, that they have jobs, they have sexual assault centers that they're running, they have work with survivors that they do. And so part of the work of my project is trying to create a sustainability of funding for advocates who are participating in reviews so that we're not doing this work on the backs of dollars that were intended to be earmarked for survivors. That's what we don't want to do. And so that's part of the work of my project to work on, but that's not part of the work of your board to work on. In fact, we have a conflict of interest rule that our reviewers cannot receive funds from the police service they're reviewing. So they need to be independent and arm's length and not receiving any money from that police service, because obviously that can create a fiduciary question for the review teams. So ultimately, the cost to a police service are the labor, in that we need a liaison person that we're working with. We need some people that are going to spend some time on amassing the files according to the standard that we need, etc. But as far as cash outlay, we really love it if you give us free parking or buy us lunch. We like coffee a lot, but those are essentially the cost is being borne at this point through the support of the federal government.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well,
Any other questions?
I'll jump in, and I love being the last one because it just keeps knocking off questions I have on my list, and lots of great questions from my colleagues. So again, appreciate you taking the time to present to us, and I know we were looking forward to having you for a little while. So I'm really happy that we were able to do some presentations. So the only two questions I have left on my list is just wondering if, with the changes that the federal government announced related to civilian police forces, of municipal provincial forces, now, I guess I'll say now, I'm not exactly sure what the final outcome was, but now taking over investigations for sexual assault on military grounds. Just wondering how that might change some of your work, and if the federal government has engaged you in helping maybe support. I don't know. I'm just curious on how that changes a little bit of your work, understanding that you are funded by the federal government. And the other one was, how do you envision this work connecting to, say, our sexual assault services department within HRP? Just like how, or not sexual assault, victim service, victim services department. So how would you envision that relationship working if we were to, say, do that with HRP? And I guess RCMP, they also, but you work with federal government, so you understand their inner workings, but I'm just curious for municipal forces.
Both terrific questions. So when the Canadian military announced, again, after Unfounded, the Canadian military announced that they were going to review their unfounded cases, which is similar to almost every police service around the country, municipal, provincial, and national. So I actually sat as a member of the Canadian Forces military review team and worked to try to get that review to have a little bit of the rigor that we have in a VACR review. We kind of got about halfway, I would say, with that. And I've been in ongoing discussions since then with Canadian Armed Forces, particularly around sexual violence investigations. Currently, I would say that even just in my own conversations with Canadian military, there's a lot of question going on both at civilian police services and with military police about how this transfer to civilian investigation is actually going to work. What's that going to look like logistically? How are we going to ensure that there's not more layers that survivors are going through? And so all of those pieces are being unpacked right now. So the short answer to your question is, it's a good question, and I don't fully know the answer to it right now, because I don't think any of us fully know what that warm transfer, if it's going to be a warm transfer from the military system to the civilian system, is going to look like, even down to how do lead investigators on the civilian end interact with the military code of conduct or with all the other pieces. So I think that's going to be a learning that we're going to go through as we start to see military cases being investigated by civilian investigators. So I think that was your first question, which is an unsatisfactory answer, but I think it's just because we're so early after Madame Arbour's report, and the military has the same questions. And I'm sorry, I've lost your second question. I apologize, Chair Smith.
No, not a problem. And you talked a little bit about it, so this one might be a little easier. Just how you would envision working with our victim services unit within HRP if you were to.
Perfect, thank you. So generally, victim services do not sit on review tables. And the reason is that our reviews, the language we use to describe them is that they are deinstitutionalized tables. What that means is that the large scale institutions like, for example, hospitals, crowns, all of the people who are currently engaged in the criminal justice system trajectory, they all intersect with cases in different ways at different times. What these reviews are doing is introducing a lens that does not currently exist within institutional partners. That plays into your question because in some communities, victim services have MOUs with police services such that they're co-located in the same buildings and they are in a financial relationship sometimes. They're certainly in a very close professional relationship. So in some communities, we do not have victim services as members of the review committee because they have other roles that may place them in conflict in terms of their roles as reviewers. That is not necessarily the case everywhere, though. I'll use Charlottetown for an example again, because we just did this there. Charlottetown has a community-based victim services. What that means is that people can walk in off the street and access services as victims of crime. They do not need to have reported to police. They do not need to have engaged with any kind of the justice system at all. So those victim services are community-facing and community-driven and don't require direct referral from the criminal justice system. In those cases, because those are community-based organizations that any victim would access, frequently we'll add a member of the victim services to the review team. So that's one of our when we start our initial conversations with a police service or with a community, those are the kinds of things we're figuring out. What's the structure of this agency? How are they accessible to the community? How arm's length are they from policing? And then from there, determine if they appropriately meet the criteria for a team. So that would be a big piece of work that we would be doing in Halifax as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith, for indulging another question. And just one final question, Ms. Mayor, if you don't mind. I wonder if you could maybe just speak in broad strokes. So from the time that you become engaged with a police service that is interested in exploring this as an opportunity or as an option, looking at the feasibility, could you kind of lay out a roadmap for what would be the steps in the process between that initial contact through to a review team, being implemented and beginning to review files?
Absolutely. And I will say that it's unique from community to community because different communities are dealing with different issues at different times, obviously, but the roadmap doesn't change. The roadmap, what it looks like is we can have our initial engagement through a number of different ways. Sometimes it's because we work directly with the Rape Crisis or Sexual Assault Center. And so we start working with those advocates around how are we going to engage the police service. Other times it's like what we're doing today. We talk to a police services board, or we might talk to an individual officer or police service who reaches out. So there's multiple avenues of coming into contact with the project. What our starting place is making sure that the right people are engaged in the conversation from the very beginning. So one of the learnings that we certainly have is that if you want to have a collaborative process, you don't create the framework and then invite people to the table at the end after you've already set up what you want them to do, which is sometimes a failing in what are called collaborative processes. So we start a process of bringing together the appropriate advocates in the community and the police service partners in the community, and we start having meetings. Those meetings tackle things like, first of all, explaining what we're doing, and then running through what the steps will be that will be necessary to get off the ground. And that usually starts with an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, that outlines the program. The great thing is that we have template MOUs. I'm using the same template MOU that I developed with the police and privacy, and it's adapted from province to province to province. So that process can go quite quickly, or it can go quite slowly depending on how many layers of police service lawyers we're going through. So timelines change. After we've done that, we move into logistics where we start talking about, okay, how is this sexual assault unit set up? How are cases funneled through? What does the workflow look like? Here's what we need to pull. How are we going to be able to pull that based on the records management system you're using? So all the in the weeds stuff, which I actually love, but a lot of people don't. But we dig into all that in the weeds, how are we going to do it? And because we've done it in so many places now with so many different police services, I never want to say this too much, but there are few issues that we haven't encountered at this point. Halifax will be interesting should Halifax decide to move forward. It would be the first hybrid service of municipal police and RCMP, like an integrated unit. So that would raise new discussions about what's that going to look like, does it have privacy implications, etc. So we have as many meetings as we need to work through that and to go through those logistics. We also respond when there's questions. So say, for example, some of the communities I work with, investigators are very wary about this process. So from there, we just go, great, let's have a meeting with the investigators to allow them to answer all their questions, ask all their questions, be as skeptical as they choose to be, put us on the hot seat. I'm quite comfortable with that. You know, whatever we need to do in order to ensure that we're implementing in a way that's going to work for people, as opposed to people rejecting it. Often that process of development where we're getting right up to the day of our first review, we can, in some communities, do that in 6 months or 4 months. I have worked with communities where we're still chopping away at it 2 years later. A lot of that has to do with the willingness of the people involved, what kinds of barriers we encounter. So timelines are hard to give you. But then we move to the first review, and the reviews occur quarterly. They're always at the same time. They're always in April, July, October, and January, which means we've covered off the entire calendar year. And, you know, there's often some growing pains as we go through that, but that's also part of my position and job, which is to support the reviewers, but also support communities. I will say that we've had a couple of communities where there's been a little bit of a crunchy breakdown a few times between review teams and police services, I'll be honest. And that's part of our work as well, is facilitating, trying to work through where those sticking points are and get back to a place where reviews can proceed. Hopefully that's a bit of an overview. There's a lot more, you know, detail-based stuff, which, like I said, I love, but most people sort of tune out when I start going too far on that. I am loving the questions, by the way. Thank you. This level of questioning is wonderful. Chair Smith, I think I interrupted you.
No, that's fine. I also appreciate you being here and great questions from the members. We do have to move on, but we will be having a discussion that's very similar and related to this. So with that, I want to thank you for taking the time and being available. And the slide is not up, but you do have your contact information there for folks. I guess that's your very last slide, but we do have your slides for members, and well, depending on where the next motion goes, we might be hearing from us again.
Thank you so much to all of you for your time. And I will absolutely encourage you. The contact information is there. If you have any follow-up questions or anything additional that you want to know, please don't hesitate to reach out and use that. You're very, very welcome to. And I know that you have an agenda and you have given a lot of time to this. So thank you for the amount of time that you offered today to have this discussion. And I hope the rest of your meeting goes well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Good discussion, colleagues. We're going to move to the next item, which is related to the presentation we just had, which is 10.2.2, Commissioner Critchley, Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review, and I'll let you put the motion on the floor.
Thanks, Chair Smith. I'll put the motion on the floor. Do you need me to read it in full? Sure, yeah, so it's a two-part motion. Part one reads that the chair of the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners direct the chief officer of the Halifax Regional Police and recommend that the chief superintendent of the Halifax District RCMP enter into discussions with the Improving Institutional Accountability Project to explore options for the implementation of the Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review model in the Halifax Regional Municipality. That's part one. Part two reads that the board create a subcommittee consisting of no more than 3 members of the board and any additional number of members of the public as required to oversee and assist with the development and implementation of the VACR and the HRM.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Critchley.
I see Mr. Ward has his hand up, so I'll defer to Mr. Ward.
Yeah, Marty, if you want to jump in, I don't see your hand. Oh, okay, you took it down.
There. Okay. I just noticed in the motion here, the motion with respect to regional police is a direction as opposed to recommendation. That raises some concern here. I'm not at this point in a position to really say that that it shouldn't be a direction, but I think it's something that needs to be looked at given the power of the board and the extent of what's intended here. I think it would be much safer to have it as a recommendation to the regional police. Although at this point we haven't heard from the chief at all to see what the chief thinks of the program. I'm not sure if the chief has some commentary on that, but I think it would be safer if it was a recommendation rather than direction at this point. That's the one thing.
Okay, I'll come back to that because I want to look something up in the act before I want to speak on that, but I think that's a good point to raise for discussion as we go forward.
Well, I think the point in the act is that it talks about giving administrative direction, right?
Right. So that's what I wanted. Yeah. So
the question is, is this more than administrative direction? That's something that you might need a longer look at before you can actually determine. Whereas that's why I said it'd be safer if it's a recommendation. I mean, especially if the chief is amenable to this. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll just keep that in mind as we go through discussion. And Commissioner Critchley, I'll let you continue.
Sure. Yeah. And Marty, I don't think it's worthwhile having assuming the chief is amenable. I don't want to make that assumption, but I don't want to have a big discussion about the jurisdictional point. You and I fight about the board's jurisdiction probably every second meeting, and that's okay. I'd suggest in this case, I wouldn't be contravening any of the prohibitions in 55 sub 1 C through E, particularly to the extent that the motion is directing that conversations be had, right? Not any direction with respect to a specific investigation. But again, I'm happy to, I don't want to kind of take everything off road. So I'm just going to provide a brief background. Obviously, Ms. Mariner has given us a tremendously comprehensive presentation. And so I would really defer to her in terms of the components of the VACR. And I really appreciated, in particular, the roadmap that she provided at the end, because I think that maps on clearly to the two parts of the motion that I've laid out. The first being, entering into conversations, and that's what Ms. Mariner indicated is kind of the main first step, right? There's these meetings that occur, and then the second piece actually I think addresses a question that Carol had, which is sort of who houses this or where does this exist? And I don't think that's not to suggest that this subcommittee, if it were to be created, would actually do the work of reviewing if the board wants to go in that direction. But a subcommittee, could be one basis for having one kind of forum in which to have these conversations that Ms. Mariner has kind of identified as being the first step, right? Those being between police and advocates from the community. So I'm really pleased to see that the roadmap kind of, at least in my mind, maps onto the two parts of the motion. And I wrote down what she said, which was that in getting one of these processes going, it's important to have the right people engaged in the process from the start. And I think that's something that all other board members would agree with, right? This is something that, should the board choose to move ahead with, will require significant consultation, both with experts. And by experts I mean service providers in our community, and also the larger community as a whole. And I could see also the subcommittee playing a role in some of that consultation as well. So that would speak to the two parts of the motion. I've identified the legal authority. I'm going to just bracket all that in light of what Marty and I have said. And I want to just, in briefly closing, kind of identify how this is in keeping with a number of our duties under the Act, and as well a number of the other kind of ongoing projects that the board has. So I'll start with that piece. Obviously, this board has, there was a motion that I brought that was approved unanimously, that this board do community and expert consultation on the issue of intimate partner violence in the HRM. And I would see this as being closely linked, particularly where sexual violence was identified as one of the subheadings within that intimate partner violence. And so in that regard, it dovetails nicely with work that the board already has going on. And then in terms of our duties, I would suggest really the one that's most important in this circumstance is our duty under 55 sub 3 sub I, which is a duty to, in the context of providing administrative direction to the chief, in keeping with our responsibility under 55 sub 1 and our power under 52, to ensure that the department, and here it's a little more complicated where there's an integrated unit, but to ensure the department is managed by the chief officer according to best practices and operates effectively and efficiently. And I would suggest that, particularly in light of the number of such programs that have begun to be developed around Canada and that are currently operating around Canada, that in keeping with the title of Ms. Mariner's presentation, this is an emerging best practice, and it would be in keeping with our duties to at least explore the option for its implementation here in the HRM. I guess I'm going to close there. I'm happy to answer any questions I have to the best of my ability. Obviously, I would suggest that kind of substantive questions about the model perhaps could be provided to Ms. Mariner in writing if the board was open to doing that. But again, happy to answer any questions regarding the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I have on the list from who put their hand up, Commissioner Akindojo, Commissioner Kent, and then Commissioner Mcdougall. So we'll start with Commissioner Akindojo.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Kent actually had her name before mine, but if she doesn't mind, I'll go ahead. I just want to collaborate what Maddie said. Number one, in terms of direction or recommendation. I totally agree with Maddie that we should be recommending if we want to proceed with this, not giving a direction. But the second thing, and I was going to ask this question earlier, because of time, I did not ask that question, is that I would have loved to hear the view of the chief concerning this as well. In fact, as our role as a governing a body, we're not operational. So is there a department with Department of Police that's handling something like this in the past? What do they think about collaboration? That all that, it just gives us that better understanding of not just one side, both sides, so we can really have a very, very bigger view of what this is. I would have loved to hear also from the police perspective of this. Thank you.
So what we'll do, Commissioner, is I'll get the two questions from Commissioner Kent and Commissioner Mcdougall, and I'll ask the chiefs if they want to provide any feedback to us. That works for you. Okay, great. Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by saying that I see the value in this, and I appreciate Commissioner Critchley bringing it forward, giving us the opportunity to hear the presentation. And, I think this certainly should be something that can be further looked at. As far as the motion that's on the table, I also agree. I had already had that highlighted about the terminology, the recommendation versus the direct. And I would be happy to put an amendment on the floor for that, or maybe it's a friendly amendment, depends on the mover. But for now, I do think as well that there's a couple of steps that I think we have to go through this, because what we're doing is we're asking our two policing departments to go enter into discussions with these folks for consideration of model in Halifax. And I'm certainly happy to support a motion of that effect. I feel like the next motion is premature. I think that the next one is not worded in a way that I could support today. So I think we need to give our chiefs the opportunity to have the conversation, come back to us and present based on what that conversation went, perhaps recommend an approach. Then, depending on that, we would consider creating a subcommittee that helps to support that. What I think in number 2 is that it's suggesting here that a subcommittee of the board with outside members of the public as well to oversee and assist the development and implementation of a VACR and HRM. Well, if we're asking our chiefs to go out and look at considering a model, that'd be then, I believe, Marty, you can comment or not, but that would then potentially be within I don't know if it would be within an operational model potentially, because and the potential for us to oversee the development and implementation of the VACR. I don't know if the wording is right. I'm hesitant to jump on board of that second piece, and I'd like us to consider bringing that to the table after we get a report back from the chiefs on that dialogue and conversation. The third thing that I think is missing here as well, that should we go forward with a subcommittee, my experience so far with the board is that we should have a terms of reference, because I think that it can't be just a directive basically from this mover or this wording on a motion that kind of pre-concludes what the terms of reference for a subcommittee of our board would be. So I feel like those two pieces need to be in tandem, and those two pieces are a little bit premature for consideration today. Do I think that there's a high potential of it coming back with some opportunity here? Absolutely. I do see the value in a model that works for HRM, but I think we're not there yet. So I'll leave that on the table for now, and I look forward to hearing the other representations. And Marty, if there's anything you need to add there in relation to the oversight and assisting with the development, I think assisting with the development is a great approach, because I think that anything that's board driven, we should be able to have some potential contributions to it, but the oversight of it, not so sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know if there's anything, Marty. I'm going to go to the chiefs afterwards, so they could probably answer some of your questions. I don't know if there's anything Marty wants to jump in. I don't see him popping up.
There's
Nope,
not
okay.
much to say. I think Commissioner Kent made those points that, assuming that, we need to hear from the chief, but assuming the chief is amenable to this sort of a thing, that would lead to discussions. And out of those discussions, I would think would then come some sort of role, if the board was to have a role in that or something, or, provide some assistance. So I think the points are well made, but other than that.
Okay. Commissioner Mcdougall, and then we'll pass it to the chief.
Thank you. I do want to hear from the chief, but I'm interested in the second part of the motion, because when we heard the presentation and heard about the roadmap and how this comes to fruition within a community, there was a word that Sunny used, and I think it was co-create, so that the community is involved in part of that creation, because each community is different. And as she quoted, PEI has in Charlottetown, they have a different victim service process, that kind of thing. So I like that. I think one of the things that we are getting better at as a commission, or we're thinking about more, and I think it's thanks to Commissioner Critchley, is understanding our own role and following up on things that we want to see happen. So I view the second part of this motion as kind of that committee, not necessarily, and it can even be two people, not three, or not necessarily totally involved in the process, but making sure that we are continuing to hear updates, find out where it's going, what the process has become, that sort of thing. And I think that's an important part for us. But I do I do want to hear from the chief and what his response is, because I do remember a couple of years ago when Sunny Mariner did a webinar presentation with CAPG. Some of the senior people from HRP were part of that webinar and joined in to, so they're familiar with the work she's doing. This isn't new. And I think I'd like to hear from the chief whether this timeliness is something that is probably, on his agenda going forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Crichton, you want to provide some clarity? I'm just wondering though, because I do want to stick to our two speaking. So you're just going to provide clarity in terms of the motion itself, not
that's
debate
all
or
right.
anything. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So just to the 2 points, I appreciate, other commissioners' points, and I've written them down here. I also want to hear from the chief. I was going to ask, where Hamilton was one of the cities where this has been implemented. At the time, I thought, I'd like to ask the chief about that. Obviously, he had very kind words for Ms. Mariner when this was proposed. So, but I just didn't want to do that during her speaking time. I'm happy to amend the wording as others see fit. I appreciate Commissioner Mcdougall your points around following up, and I guess to that point, the board is an oversight board, right? That it's in our duties under 51. I didn't see overseeing there as being directly involved, but really that's ensuring that there's a reporting that occurs back and forth and that there is some board involvement. And to Commissioner Mcdougall's point around the communities co-creating, the board has a responsibility to act as the conduit for the community, right? So in some respect, it's important that the board play some role, right? In bringing together, the police service, and in this case, 2 police services and members of the community. Not to say that they're going to have a direct and substantive role in the shaping of it, but I meant oversight in the way that we do oversight on this board, right? Where we're providing oversight of the process, we're reporting back as necessary. And just to Commissioner Kent's question, I envisioned the motions as being chronological. So there would be initial discussions that will occur between Ms. Mariner and the 2 police services. That will then come back to the board. And then assuming it's deemed to be feasible to some extent, then a committee would get started, which would help to facilitate those larger conversations that Ms. Mariner identified as being essential to the implementation, right? Those being these meetings between the police service, in this case, 2 police services, and community groups. So, I'm happy to amend or clarify the wording if that's more comfortable for other members.
Thank you for that. So I'll let you just think about what that wording could be from discussion here. It just seems like it recommend would replace direct, but I'll let you think about that as the chiefs speak. So we'll go to Chief Felon and we'll go to the RTP.
Thanks, Chair, and through you to the commissioners. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start out by saying I am familiar with Ms. Mariner and the work that her and her team have done in the past. I was part of the implementation with my previous employer, and it was really nice to see her again today and to hear how the program is expanding and the great work that it's doing, particularly for victims. And it is awesome that we are considering and having the discussion here. And it's even more awesome that the board is supportive and engaging. So I do appreciate that. A couple things, and Ms. Mariner mentioned each community is different. Each community has similarities, but they are different. There needs to be dialogue. There needs to be discussion, particularly with the stakeholders that look after some of our most vulnerable victims in the community. So I look forward to engaged discussion and having that and then having increased and continued dialogue with the board. One of the things that was noted, and we do have an integrated unit. We do have, the RCMP and we have HRP working in our sexual assault unit side by side. We're committed to better serving our victims, and the board will likely know it wasn't that long ago that we expanded the supervision in our sexual assault unit, adding a staff sergeant. We also added investigators. We continue to train in trauma-informed ways of investigating, and we will continue to do that. I see the work of Ms. Mariner and her team and the review volunteers as having great value to us to continue to add that continued better service. And really at the end of the day, it is about how do we better serve our victims? How can we do better? How can we be better? It also adds to transparency. It also adds, in my view, to building public trust and confidence. There are a number of great benefits from this, but it does go into operations, I would suggest, and I'll just mention that. And we're open to that. We're open to hearing what the community has to say about it. And I certainly am open to the continued discussion. We will have to have dialogue with our partners at the RCMP, obviously dialogue with Ms. Mariner, and really come up with a response that's informed to best serve the needs of the victims in this area, in our community here in Halifax. So I'll leave the rest of it for the board discussion and leave it at that for now, pending any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I'll give the chance for the RCMP.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the commissioners. I echo all of the Chief's comments. I really enjoyed the presentation, and I just want to say to Sunny and her team, thank you for that presentation, for the excellent work that they are doing across this country. I very much am a supporter of this approach. I believe that collaborative, multidisciplinary approaches are really the way forward, especially when we're talking about sexual violence and our victims. I'm interested in having some good dialogue with the Chief on this. It's important that we have a unified and collaborative and progressive approach as we move forward through this. So on behalf of the RCP, I'm fully committed to having these conversations and seeing what works best for the HRM and for our victims.
Thank you, Inspector Landry. I wasn't sure who was here on your end, so appreciate you being here. All right, so before I go back to Commissioner Kent, I'll just mention in my comments, and I have a question that would be for. I'll direct it to Chief Kinsella, which he could then, when he speaks to the RCMP folks, can have that discussion. So first off, I did have an initial concern when I read that in the report, in the motion, it said direct, but then thinking a little bit more about that, we're asking for direction to have a discussion. We're not asking for direction to actually implement the project or the program. So I had no concerns with having direct in there, because we're asking for discussions to be had, not to implement the program. So for me, but I'm happy that the mover has no issue amending that to help alleviate some of those issues. But overall, I think it's timely, especially thinking of what the federal government will be doing later on in the future related to investigations on military, which the program that we had presented to us from Ms. Mariner is important, but I really think of the capacity the capacity issues that providing those investigations now to civilians, to municipal or provincial forces, what that does. Because I know that's part of some of the bigger discussions of how do we provide that capacity to now take over those investigations. So I think it's timely. I definitely support us investigating and having that discussion to see if we can implement it. I do agree that number 2 would be something that we should look at and hear after we see where the discussions go from RCMP and HRP. We could look at it in 2 ways. One, we could, and this is my question, so we could defer this until next meeting pending discussions, but I don't know. My question is how soon can those discussions happen, and when could we hear back from the chiefs? Is that something they need? Because we're just having discussions. Is that something that needs more than a month? Or is it something that needs some extra time? So that's really the question is because I don't mind deferring this until next meeting to have discussion, but there might be more needed that I'm just not aware of in terms of logistically and to understand. So Chief, I'm wondering if you could just provide from your feelings if next meeting is feasible or not to report back to us, and then we could vote on the second. Well, we could vote on all of it now, but I think if you agree in principle that we should go further with this, then doing the second part, creating the advisory group, I think would be important. And yeah, so if you want to answer that question is in terms of time, would next meeting be too soon? And if it is, then that will frame. I'll come back and bring something else forward.
Okay, so thanks, Chair, and through you to the commission. This is not something that I would want to rush. I think it's something that we should have dialogue and conversation and discussion. I would like to be able to tell you that we will have, a firm answer for you in a month. And the short answer is I don't know. I'm certainly open to the discussion. We'll engage Ms. Mariner and Inspector Landry as soon as possible, at least to get the ball rolling and have a preliminary discussion. There's the selection of the committee. There's MOUs that have to be created. Potentially disclaimers. I don't know. I'll rely on Mr. Ward to weigh in on those kind of things. There's a few things that we would have to sort through, and I do agree with breaking it up. It's one thing to go and have the dialogue and the discussion, then exactly see what the implementation looks like. I think we should have some discussion around that and some thoughtful, engaged instruction, or conversation, just to make sure that we are heading in the right direction. And I also think the service and support groups for victims in this area should, be part of the initial discussion too. And I know Ms. Mariner has an extensive history. I don't know how much conversations she's had with groups in Halifax. She perhaps has had some, but I think it's a broader dialogue that ought not to be rushed, so we can consider all of the approaches. And I know that's not an exact answer, but happy to get started on the conversations as soon as we can.
Thank you very much. I'll move to, I see Marty, your hand's up, Marty.
I just wanted to mention, Commissioner Mcdougall's concern was basically, it was follow-up, and I'm wondering one option for the board might be to introduce in that first portion of the motion an obligation to report back to the board within a certain time frame or something, so the board would be apprised of how the discussions are going. If there's any, that would be an option open to the board that might cover off that concern. I don't know what Commissioner Mcdougall thinks of that.
Okay, I'll just let that marinate for a moment, and if she wants to jump back in, we'll take her. So for the second time, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Marty, that we should probably have that in the. I think that could be a friendly amendment. Maybe Ian can or Marty can weigh in on that one. Report back to the board. I really think that at this early stage, this should come to the full board as opposed to a committee of such. I do think I'm going to suggest a change of wording for the second part. Because I think there is an opportunity now for us to support the chief and the work towards the consideration of this. It's something that a committee could potentially do, and then potentially with further later to continue to support development and implementation. So that's what my language I think is pushing me towards. So, for instance, the board and additional number of members of the public are as required to support the consideration of the development and of consideration of a VACR in Halifax in HRM, and further the development and implementation if deemed appropriate by the board. I would like to see it worded something like that. Then I could support it today, because I think that there is some things that we can do. It is always helpful for a number of commissioners to be part of early conversations. There's also an opportunity for the chief to come to a committee quicker in between meetings, potentially as well, to bend our ear and have some feedback. Ultimately, I still believe strongly in the importance of a terms of reference for a subcommittee. Would we develop that also? That can expand. Could be a very short version of a subcommittee to support the first considerations to bring to the board, and then we could strengthen that subcommittee terms of reference if we actually have an action plan to bring the full program to the municipality. So I'd like to see a reference to a certain terms of reference for the subcommittee in the motion.
Do you have?
So do you want? I'll type it up and put it in the chat. That second motion, if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Blackburn.
Chair, if I could just on that before it goes any further, I think it's important to note here too that it's really the board that has the oversight responsibility here, right? It can't be a subcommittee. Okay, the board can't delegate its responsibilities to a subcommittee. So whatever the subcommittee does, it would have to be an advisory subcommittee to the board that would then adopt or make decisions or do the oversight. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I think we're getting too bogged down here. I think we've already determined that at this stage of the game, subcommittee and discussion, I think, is a bit premature. I would suggest that perhaps we just strike number 2 completely and have Commissioner Critchley bring that back after some initial conversations are had. I certainly agree with putting a time frame around number 1. And perhaps just directing that they report back to us within a 3-month period of time, and then from there we'll have some initial information at least that we can use to better inform how we move forward with the subcommittee. I agree with your assessment, Mr. Chair, that I'm not hung up with the word direct. Because as you do point out, we're just directing them to enter into discussions. And I think just by virtue of what we've heard in response from both the chief and Inspector Landry, that, this is something that they are definitely interested in exploring. So, I would suggest that we add to number 1 that the chief's return back in 3 months with an update, and strike number 2 from the motion altogether, and have Commissioner Critchley bring number 2 back at a later date when we have more information and can better inform a motion on a subcommittee as opposed to amending it and writing it on the fly here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, I'm gonna try some latitude today, just because Commissioner Christie is the mover, and there's been 2 asks of amendments. So wondering if, so I'll just, Commissioner Christie, I'll let you go, and we'll go from there.
Thanks, Chair Smith. I guess I would, take Commissioner Blackburn's recommendation to be friendly. I think that the intention of the first part of the motion was more to look at the internal feasibility, so the internal to SAFE, is it feasible? And then the subcommittee, which as I said was going to be kind of chronological from that first piece being completed, would then look at community feasibility, right? And that was part of my intention there. I apologize if that's not as clearly conveyed as it could have possibly been. So I guess I would happily strike part 2 of the motion, and in keeping with Commissioner Blackburn's suggestion, add a point at the end directing, asking that both the chief officer of HRP and the chief superintendent of the Halifax District RCMP report back to the board no later than the board's September meeting. So that would be 3 months. And I mean, if it is a sticking point for other members, I will amend the word direct to recommend. I think it's sort of a bit of hair splitting at this point, where we have full-throated support from both the chief and the chief superintendent. But I guess in that saying that, I would do so just keeping in mind that I do agree with both Commissioner Blackburn and Commissioner Smith that to the extent that we're directing the chief to have a conversation, we're definitely within our right to do that and within our jurisdiction. But again, if it's more comfortable for other members, I will amend the language.
So thank you for that. So just for clarity, so you support the direct to be recommend, so that change in the motion, and that you would amend the number 2 to read. Oh, sorry, was amend number 2 to read come back in September meeting, or was?
I'll just put it in the chat if you like, Chair Smith.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. That'd be great. So we'll just wait to see that. So while that's being typed up, anyone else that has comments or questions?
Chair Smith, I was just going to point out that I believe Andrea has a draft motion based on the conversation if required as well.
Okay. So if you want to just, Andrew, if you want to put yours in the chat, I know Commissioner Christie typed something out, but you might also have captured it. So we'll let him continue to do that. And if you want to post yours. So the amended motion that the chair of Halifax Board of Police Commissioners recommend, which changes direct to recommend, that the chief officer of police and the chief superintendent at RCMP enter into discussions, including specific accountability project, IIAP, to explore options for the implementation of violence against women after a case, review the ACR model, Halifax Municipality, HRM, and that the HRP and RCMP report back to the board at September 2022 meeting regarding the progress of discussions with IIAP.
Yeah, that's fine by me, Chair Smith.
Okay. Who was the seconder on that? I don't remember. Okay, Commissioner Blackburn, thank you. That thumbs up. So if that works for members, I'll call for the question.
Question.
Thank you. Question's been called. All those in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Thank you, commissioners. Great discussion, and thank you, Commissioner Christie, for bringing that follow-up motion. All right, let me just get back in order here. So we start with those items. Next one is the information items brought forward. We have none. Going to report / discussion. So we'll do this discussion here for 10-1-1, and then we'll take a quick break because I know the next one we'll have a probably long discussion. So next one, 10-1-1, Board of Police Commissioners July to December 2022 meeting schedule. And then motion, who'd like to put the motion on the floor?
I can do that, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
I move, it is recommended that the Board of Police Commissioners approve the proposed meeting schedule for July to December of 2022 as outlined in attachment 1 of the May 3rd, 2022 staff report. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Kent.
Not much to add to this, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to thank Andrea and the gang at the clerk's office for taking the Google poll of all of us to see what works, and I do recognize that the timing of these meetings can be a bit difficult for some, and definitely for some who wish to attend in person when we return to that. But I think we've done a pretty robust job of looking at the options, and I think this is the best that we can. I think this best meets the needs of everybody with this one. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have comments, questions, concerns? Commissioner Christie, before I go to you, I'm not sure Ian or Andrea, if you want to provide any high-level comments or thoughts.
Chair Smith, through you to the rest of the commission. This report provides a scan of the members' availability, as was mentioned, but we also did try to provide a jurisdictional scan of some of the other police boards within Canada. We were hoping, and we'll look at doing engagement with the public on these formal reports moving forward. When we got, due to the timing of this report, and we also saw the options available, it was pretty limited on the options that were even potential to be looked at for meeting dates. This is a process that we are trying to look at, and that is the component that we were not able to do, was provide a public scan for these meeting dates. So I just wanted to mention that and have available with any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Christie.
Thanks, Chair Smith, and thanks so much to Ian and Andrea for putting together this, the report and the recommendations. Obviously, it's great to see how other commissions around Canada are operating. One suggestion that I wanted to put out there for other commissioners to consider, and I will bring an amendment if other commissioners are amenable, is to alternate, right? I think I appreciate the time difficulty, Ian, in terms of kind of engaging with the public. Like, I do have members of the public contact me fairly regularly and say that it's difficult for them to attend, or that they have to take time off work if they want to present, and that is, I think, obviously a concern. We have a duty to engage with the public. We have a duty to ensure that we're accessible to the public, and I think it's sort of common sense that the public would be more available outside of kind of working hours than otherwise. So I wonder if it's an option to alternate, like have every second month have a meeting beginning at 4:30, and whether that would be something that other commissioners and staff would be open to considering. Even if it just meant, I know that might create some, notably in the financial implication sections that's talked about. But even if we were to just approve, say, the next slate of meetings through the summer, and then have them come back with this other additional option of alternating meetings, again, it's just for me a concern primarily around public accessibility. I had someone who was interested in presenting to the board, and they said, well, it's really difficult to find the time in the middle of the day, and then particularly where our meetings are quite long. And so, a member of the public might have to effectively take the entire afternoon off work, because they're unclear when they might present in the context of a meeting. So that's an option that I will float, and I won't bring the amendment if it's going to fall flat, but just something for other commissioners to consider.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Akindodo.
I just want to support that 100%. I think the timing, it's not the best as of now. And of course, I'll be one of the ones that would have recommended after hours. It works for me and probably works for Harry as well. But to bring in the public as well, it's so important that if you want people to attend, like he rightly said, would they have to leave work? And given the extent of the duration of the meetings, it's just impractical for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner Critchley struck upon something that I was thinking about. I don't know about every second month because for the councillors on the commission here, we have community councils well, I mean, speaking personally, I have community councils that are on the same day. So that would mean having to miss every second community council. And I'm not sure if that's something that I would be comfortable with, but I think that Commissioner Critchley, his suggestion that we approve the slate of summer meetings. And then, because I know that when we did our work plan session, that having meetings out in public was something in the community, was something that we had discussed. And I think that might be one of the first things that we look at with our new support person that's being hired. And that we perhaps just approve the summer and then work with that new staff person to get some meetings out in the community, maybe a few times a year, that in an evening time slot to make it easier for members of the community to join those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'm wondering, because I'd be interested at least trialing the staggered. It just depends. It's as Commissioner Blackburn said, same thing. I chair one of those community councils and whatnot, so I couldn't miss it. So Ian, and I'm trying to and maybe just because my brain's not working that efficiently today, in terms of the options, the evening options, so option 2 and 4, is it that option 2 was more preferable in terms of the evening than option 4?
So Commissioner Chair Smith, through to the rest of the commission with the other points that were brought up as well. So there was a commissioner who has indicated that evening weekend meetings will not work for them. So that is, right. It is the first point that I'd like to bring forward, is that this is based off of the availability of the commission members, but is also trying to set up something that will be as consistent as possible. So I guess there are options available for this. Of how we look at that. The option 2 and option 4 that you talk about in the report, they were options brought to you, and they were options that were rated on the most available people for these meetings. I will note that that is specific to commission members. The availability and the availability to go into the meetings was specifically based around commissioners' availability.
Right. So out of those 2, though, which one was more, and I'm using quotations, preferable to the commission out of option 2 and 4?
Wednesdays appear to be the day that had the least collisions of meetings. Okay.
So if we were to say, so looking at our proposed meeting schedule, so we have our summer meetings, which well, I think we're going to have in July. We might not have in August, and we can talk about that in a moment. If we were to say do our October and maybe December meeting on the Wednesday evening, does that give you enough time to kind of figure out the logistics of having staff availability? If we were to say, just try it this year, try to do the October and December on the Wednesday evening.
So Chair Smith, if I could clarify what I heard there. So we're looking at the July, August, September meetings would stay as in the report. I will note the virtual locations can move to in-person if that is directed. And then we'd be looking at an October 5th and a December 7th meeting, where a meeting time would be looked for that will be beginning at 4:30 p.m. Is that the intention? Should give us no problem to organize that from this end. I would say that if there are meetings on those Wednesdays that are scheduled, they would still be scheduled. So the individual commissioner availability would be the question, and then confirming quorum responsibilities as well.
So I personally, and again, this I'll look at members. I would like to trial doing at least 2 evening meetings. Would you rather us doing it September, November, or October, December? Folks. So I just said October, December to give more time, but I think September is even probably enough time to do that. So I'm just wondering, for folks, which seems better, September, November in the evening, or October, December in the evening? Commissioner Kent? You're on mute.
Doesn't really matter to me either way. I'm okay with trying it, except to say that September 7th, I will be in Saskatoon for the conference.
Oh, right. Yes, correct. Okay. So let's do October, December evening. If you can amend that motion, so everything else is the same except for October 5th and December 7th, which would be in the evening.
And we will be looking for a 4:30 time to start. We can also make that later, but if we don't hear anything different, the intention would be to start at 4:30, just as a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll also, and I don't want to put you on the spot too much, Ian, but we also are hoping in the next little bit to be able to have better public engagement pieces related to our meeting. So maybe when we do shift, you'll have more information on how we can include public participation better in the meeting.
That is correct, Chair Smith. We are looking at the virtual integration with in-person meetings as we speak. That is something that we are actively working on.
Yeah, great. So just want to let folks know that is hasn't been put on the side. They're working super hard to make that work. Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So should I move an amended motion to read outlined in the amended attachment 1 of the May 3rd, 2022 staff report?
Thumbs up from Ian. Yep. Okay.
All right. So I move it is recommended that the Board of Police Commissioners approve the proposed meeting schedule for July to December of 2022 as outlined in the amended attachment 1 of the May 3rd, 2022 staff report. I so move.
And seconded by Commissioner, Commissioner, who is that? Critchley?
Kent?
Kent? Okay.
I'm good with it.
All right, great. So thank you all. I don't see anybody else with their hands up. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, great. So we have a full meeting schedule approved. It's kind of scary to look at the month of December right now. We haven't even started summer, so that's a little scary to me. But thank you all for your participation, and also Ian and the team. Thank you for doing this. This was actually very great work and informative. So what we'll do is take a quick break. We're at 2:46, so let's take 10 minutes so people can get stretched, get some water, get a snack, whatever they need, and then we'll come back at 2:55 and then go right into the policy presentation from the chief. All right, we got everyone we need. Just checking if we're good to go.
Chair Smith, everyone, all of the commissioners and our solicitor are back in the meeting. So on your word, please let us know if we can take down the break slide.
Yep, put it down and let's go.
Thank you very much.
All right, so moving to our next item, which is 10.1.3, Office of Police Policy Review. And I will pass the floor to Chief Kinsella.
Thanks, Chair, and through you to the commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today and give you an overview of our policy development within HRP. And I would ask Andrea to, there we go. Today's presentation is going to be divided into two parts. In the first portion, we want to give you a perspective on the current state of HRP's policy manuals, along with an update on the ongoing policy refresh and our key considerations on how we are prioritizing this work. In the second part, we will discuss our approach for the public release of our policies. At a past meeting, you may recall Commissioner Blackburn had asked that we consider what the public release of policies could look like. While we haven't had a chance to formally present to the board, we have been working very hard looking into this area while progressing with our policy refresh. While HRP has done good work in the policy development area, we need to review each of our policies, remove redundancies, ensure we have a well-organized document, and put in place mechanisms to make it more accessible for our membership through new technology solutions. The work has been ongoing for some time now, and we are regularly approached not only by services within Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada, but across the country to share our content where we can with fellow police services as they develop their own policies. And we in turn ask for other services to share with us. Generally speaking, we have detailed and extensive policies, and we are working very diligently to ensure all policies are refreshed and updated, and a recurring refresh schedule is in place for future policy maintenance. With that, I want to introduce my team here. I'm not sure if you can see everybody on the screen. Joining me today is Nira Ritzi, the Director of Corporate Affairs Division, and that is where our policy and planning section is now a part directly under my oversight within the Chief's office. Also joining us is Kara Evans, who is our Policy and Business Initiatives Coordinator, and Constable Nick Gagnon is in the room as well. He has been temporarily seconded to help put a focus on this area as an additional resource. Aurora Rahman, who is not with us today, is our policy analyst through the Bridging the Gap intern program. And Nick and Adora both support Nira and Kara in this work. And together, this team has been putting a real emphasis on this organizational priority. Next slide, please. Did you just go back one? There we go. So we're going to start with part A. As I mentioned, we do have two parts today, and we're going to delve into the current state of our policy manuals and highlight some key considerations and principles for the ongoing refresh. Next slide. Thank you. As I said in the opening, given the age of a number of our policies, the change in the overall environment, and an inadequate tracking system over the years, we simply can't take a patchwork approach on policy making anymore. So a number of our policies require an update from scratch. What is key to that effort is how to prioritize this massive amount of work. And I will speak a bit more on that a little bit later. Next slide. And it was just a little while ago where Commissioner Critchley and Chair Smith joined us here at HRP headquarters to have a discussion around policies. And we do have these manuals. It's just a quick visual to show what they look like. And they did have an opportunity to look at these and look at a few of the policies while they were here. That's the whole current state of affairs right there in 3 big binders. Next slide. So some of the key principles for refresh, obviously we want to be consistent and standardized. We've got to be comprehensive, but we also have to be have the policies written in simple language. They need to be easy to understand, and they need to resonate with the members, particularly who need to use them day in and day out. They've got to be responsive to key organizational and strategic objectives. We also have to cover risk very diligently in all of our policies, and we work hard to make sure that we cover that off. Also, they need to be culturally sensitive language with well-informed content. And, we do need to keep up on the changing cultures, and we try to do our very best at doing that. We've got to be consistent with applicable legislation and obviously professional standards. This also needs to be a living document subject to routine inspections and reviews. It's got to be trackable and accessible. The other piece of these policies is we want to get on and I mentioned in my opening comments, we want to get on a maintenance routine where policies come up every 3 to 5 years to make sure we're staying current, if nothing else jumps out at us to make us look at something. Next slide, please. So there's many good reasons for having an updated and properly maintained policy manual. And these are 3 that we believe are critical in order to prioritize the work. We need to be responsive to organizational risks. Things pop up from time to time. Some of the examples in this area are property and evidence, the prisoner care facility, and field operations. Also, they need to have clear direction for members on organizational changes and initiatives. Some of the examples in this area is the special victim section, the hate crimes unit, and dispatch and priority response. A lot of these areas are changing regularly, and we need to stay on top of it and have a mechanism in place to do that. Also, we have to be cognizant of changes into legislation, policing processes, and response to audits. Some of the examples in this area is the information technology audit, the electronic disclosure of evidence that we're currently going through, Alert Ready Direct Access, and we're working now on the Amber Alert Direct Access, and the Police Identity Management Act. Lots of changes there, lots of legislative changes. And so we've had to make sure that we stay abreast of policies in all of those areas. Next slide, please. And I would like to invite Nira in to carry on from there.
Thanks, Chief. So this slide is really meant to provide an overview of how we have approached this work. And, these certainly the 2 sections, the white and the green aren't to scale, but just to show you some of the key steps that we took in the planning and preparation stage. As the Chief said, we put a lot of emphasis on this area since pretty much late 2019, and then entering really the planning and the preparation phase in earnest. In most of 2020, we were, doing things like establishing a format, and you saw earlier there's 3 binders. We've got about 1,700 pages that we had to, in a PDF document that we essentially, a lot of mundane work, but important work of breaking it up into individual policies to get us as the staff ready to get going on all of the work that's associated with the individual policies. We did go ahead and we established our formatting as well as developed a style guide, which was informed by best practices across the country. We worked with a number of police services and had, in fact, our previous Bridging the Gap intern develop that service style guide for us. Of course, we also have now a new intake and workflow process. And I believe, we'll be speaking a little bit more about that later. But essentially what we do now, which I think we do a little bit better than before, is do a lot of upfront research and consultation with our senior managers. That involves our divisional commanders of the various areas. So when a request comes in from, say, someone on the front line, the frontline officer who identifies, an issue or a gap. There's a lot of a consultation that occurs right in the intake process, right at the front end of it. And then from there, there's step-by-step review processes, which Kara can speak more to a little bit later, that we go through before it ever gets to the chief's desk in order to review and then approve for the refresh. So even though we're taking a little bit of that upfront time doing that consultation and the pre-work, it allows us then to be thorough throughout the process and also avoid those situations where we're just doing these policy updates for sort of that immediate problem solving that can get us to be a little bit more tunnel vision. So that the impact of those updates and refreshes can kind of be reviewed a little bit more organizationally. So we have a new intake and workflow process, which was set up as part of that planning and preparation phase. And since then, a lot of the work on the actual refresh has started in earnest and January 2021 onwards, and we'll walk you through some of the policies that we've been working on since then, a little bit later in the presentation as well, that we've been working on. So that obviously involves the research part of it, writing, reviewing, and revising the prioritized policies. So that really is essentially the work we've been doing since 2020 in a nutshell.
Next slide, please. And I'd like to invite Kara in to deliver the next slide.
So key considerations and limitations when doing the policy. As you can see, the policies are a highly time-consuming process. To Neera's point, when I receive an intake of a policy, I do an initial consultation with the individual who is requesting the policy to be refreshed. And through that process, once I have the initial conversation and consultation, I have to go in and do a thorough, comprehensive research and jurisdictional scan. And I reach out to 75 different agencies across the country to see what their best practices and where they are in their process, to get a really good overview of what is happening in policing across the country. Because in order for me to properly do a proper policy, to ensure that it's the due diligence with it is in place, I need to understand our current policy, because again, we have 523. So I have to understand each policy as it stands and understand what is not working, but understand where we need to be. I have to understand the inputs and outputs of each policy and ensure that there is also a human component attached to each policy that is updated and refreshed versus being just a technical document. And part of my engagement is with the supervisors and various police officers. I hold large meetings to be able to get everybody together to truly understand what we need to do as an organization. And that is part of the broad and deep internal review process. And policing is ever changing, so we want to be ahead of the game with our information. Next slide.
Next slide, please. So we're going to go on to part B now, and this is all about the public release of policies, particularly around planning and considerations. So, as I said in the opening, this is something that the board has been discussing for some time now, and we have been put a lot of thought and effort into it, trying to get us to where I think we all want to be, to have some forward-facing policies online and available for public consumption. I also want to reassure the board that HRP is by no means unique in this regard, and the vast majority of services that we have canvassed have expressed similar challenges with getting policies online. However, we have made policy development and the appropriate access to the policies an organizational priority, and we've been working towards this in a methodical way. Next slide. So some of the key considerations for release of HRP policies in a public-facing way: transparency and engagement. We want to increase that with the public. We want to make what we can available. Police accountability and public expectation. We want to balance it with operational and officer safety risks that may come with the release of certain policies. We also have the challenges of navigating content of voluminous policies and manuals. You saw the binders. 1,700 pages, some of them dating back to 1996. So we're systematically working through all of those. Very time consuming to review. And then of course there's a vetting process to make sure that we don't release anything that may harm law enforcement, may jeopardize operations, some of those areas that are generally protected under the MAGA. Next slide, please. So some of the key insights from across Canada, you know, in addition to conversations staff have been having with services across the country, an email was sent to a number of agencies across Canada asking if any of their policies were public facing. Of the agencies that responded, the following list of agencies has their or partial policies facing online. So Vancouver is the most progressive. The Vancouver Police Service is the most progressive in this department. The vast majority of their policies are online with redactions to protect the certain areas that need to be protected. Toronto Police Service is doing very much the same as we are. As we refresh the policies, we're going to be moving forward with public facing. So the newest refresh policies will be available online, and Toronto is doing the same. To a lesser extent, and partial policies online, Victoria Police, London Police, and the Waterloo Regional Police all have some form or limited availability of policies online. So of all the services across Canada, a very small group is involved in that, and we expect HRP to be there in the very near future. Next slide, please.
You know, the chief said in the beginning, it was actually a while ago now when Commissioner Blackburn had brought forward a motion and talked about the concept of a public release of our policies. And we've been, as the chief said, hard at work, doing a lot of research and sort of, figuring out a framework around it. So just to give the board an update, we are now getting ready for that release. So we are actively reviewing and the policies that have been refreshed since July 19th. And that's the approach which won't be unique to us. It's an approach that other jurisdictions are taking as well. The policies that have been looked at and refreshed, in recent history are the ones that are being vetted and reviewed for public release. And we believe that's a responsible way of going ahead with it. And it will be released to the HRP section of our website. And Carol will walk you through a few mock-ups that we've done to just give you a bit of a visual representation on how we plan to move forward on that. And in some cases, and I think we've kind of made this point before, we will be working with our other colleagues, our privacy officer, as well as our legal department where necessary to ensure that, where vetting is needed, where redactions are needed, that we're doing them. We're keeping transparency and sort of that release principles first and foremost here, but at the same time, making sure that all of our other risks are addressed as well when we're releasing this policy. So that work is underway, and we'll have a further update in very near future on that, on the timelines.
Next slide, please.
So this is just a very simple mock-up of what our policy page will look like under our policing section, the public-facing website. This is just a simple statement that is subject to change, just explaining why we are doing what we're doing when we get there to publicly release our policies. Next slide. And this is just a simple mock-up again. There will be a policy name, the date that it was issued and approved by the chief and issued to our membership. It wouldn't necessarily be posted on there just when we have it updated and refreshed and approved by the chief, as we would have to go through the vetting process to ensure that it doesn't harm operational risks. And then we'll talk about, we will have it listed if it's operational versus administrative type policy. And this is just how we are going to approach it right at this stage. As we work through the refresh, the website will change to be more of robust in the way our policy documents will be structured.
Next slide, please. So in this section, we've listed a few of the policies that have been revised, refreshed, or created from scratch since 2019. The next slide. So in the latter part of 2019 and into 2020, we've been quite focused on the planning, preparation, and obviously implementation of this plan. We've also had to refresh a number of policies as we've gone along for some of the key reasons that I mentioned earlier, particularly in response to organizational risks. You'll see some of those listed in the 2019 list, and then of course also into the 2020 list. Next slide, please. In 2021, we began in earnest getting up to speed on a lot of our policies. You'll see the list there that we were working on in 2021. Next slide, please. And so far in 2022, you have the completed list on the left and the in-flight list on the right. Again, you'll see Amber Alert is there. That's coming off the Alert Ready program. Some of the e-disclosure, information management, prisoner care facility, lots of work being done in all of those areas. So we have a number of policies that are in the queue. We're paying attention to organizational risks as they arise, changes in legislation, all of those kind of things. I think the important thing to remember is this is a very, very large body of work. And we have a team that, is limited in resources to some extent. We're moving people around. I've got people seconded to the branch. We have Bridging the Gap, staff helping us out. And we do continue to do the work based on organizational needs and priorities. Next slide, please. And now we are available for any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. My computer froze. 1 second. Can you hear me still?
I can hear you, Chair.
Okay, yeah, everyone's frozen on my computer, but I can hear you still, so it probably will catch up. All right, so again, thanks for that presentation, and I don't know whose hand was up for. Oh, okay, I'm back. So I'm just going to go from the way that it's listed on my screen. So I have Commissioner Mcdougall, Commissioner Blackburn, Commissioner Kent, and then Commissioner Christie. I don't know who was first. I'm just going down the list.
Thank you. I think you did it. So thanks very much for the presentation. I just have 2 questions and maybe more later, but what's the anticipated date of the website launch? Even if it's a soft launch or it's just going to appear. And the other question is, will the website be searchable?
So thanks for the 2 questions, and through you, Chair, to the commissioners. So we're hoping for a soft launch or an introductory launch in the fall, and we are hoping that it can be searchable by keyword. We're still, what you saw was a draft mock-up subject to change. We've got to work out the nuts and bolts of exactly the solution. How does it work? And we're still trying to finalize that, but that would be the hope.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for this. When I originally asked for this, I imagined that it was a pretty big scope of work, but had no idea how big this job is. So very much appreciate the effort that has gone into this. I just have sort of one quick suggestion on the page where you can click on the individual policy and it has the date of implementation. I'm wondering if it's possible to put another column in there that also indicates when that policy was last updated. Just thinking that it's great to know that a policy dates back to 1982, but also I think it would be reassuring to the public that they know that, yeah, this may have come into effect in 1982, but it was just recently updated in 2022 sort of thing. So just a quick suggestion for when you're going about the next phase of the work. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and through you, Chair, to the Commission. Thank you, Commissioner. We'll certainly add that to our list, and we'll bring back a upgraded version. There might be some other ideas before we actually go live, so you guys can provide some more input as well. So appreciate that very much.
Oh, thank you. Good comment. Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, my hats off to you as well for the work that you're doing on this. And I think that, this is an exercise in all my political career that often at levels of government, I think although this is heavy lifting and very onerous, I think, we should I think consider ourselves in good state that we're doing it. So I'm pleased for that, and I certainly thank all of the team for approaching this. One of the questions I have for you today is, what can we do as a board to support the work that you're doing? Is there particular kinds of feedback that you're looking for today that could help you at all, or is this for the next step, just wait for this for another update?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner, and through you, Chair, to the Commission. We're happy to take any input at any time. Certainly, Commissioner Blackburn just provided something. We are kind of still in the putting it together stage. I think it's timely that we're here presenting today. My expectation, and I'm sure yours is, as well as a board, would be to have us come back and do another update, perhaps sometime in the fall, when we're ready to bring something more concrete. Really the couple things that we do want to get going on is starting to get those policies that are refreshed, that can be put online. We want to get them vetted. We want to get them sorted out. We want to make sure the board is aware of what's going up, and then we want to start populating the website, whatever it may look like, and that. So still more to come on it, and I think you'll certainly have another opportunity. The other big thing for me and for the entire team, and I did mention it earlier, is where we want to get to is a refresh renewal maintenance schedule. So every policy is going to be looked at between 3 and 5 years. It's going to take us a while to get through every policy. So kind of when this ends, we should get into a maintenance program, and that's just good business and best practice for policy maintenance and well-being and all of that. So the answer to the question, I know was a little bit long, Commissioner, is any input anytime you have, but there will be further opportunities as we refine and bring you something more concrete in the fall.
If I could just follow up on that, Mr. Chair, I'm thinking about the when we do go live online. This is good news for the public. It would be really helpful for you to share with us some language around what it is the public can expect. It's a work in progress. Encourage people to go back there, and also to step up if there, let us know if there's things that we could adjust on the interfacing between the platform and the public to make things easier to manage. Because we never get, probably most of these things, you don't get it right exactly the first time. With a few tweaks, we can get it much better. So yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. I think you're bang on. We have to be open, and we are to be able to tweak, adjust. There will be certainly things that we may not have considered that not only the Commission will consider, but certainly the public will say, hey, this would be easier if we did that. And it's certainly, we're open to it. We're learning from other organizations, and we're open to learning from the public as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Quigley.
Thanks so much, Chair Smith. I guess I want to ask a similar question to my colleague, Commissioner Kent, but just to kind of frame it in light of the board's duties, right? So the board is responsible for providing policy, so administrative direction, organization, and policy required to maintain an adequate, effective, and efficient police department, right? And Chief, it's very clear, and you and I and Chair Smith had and Mr. Key had a really wonderful conversation several months ago, and it's clear tons of work has gone into this. So I think that's really, really commendable. I think your team has done an excellent job. Obviously you were faced with a difficult task, right? Where as you said, many of these policies hadn't been reviewed in decades in some cases, right? But so I guess what I'm wondering is, I appreciate hearing that you're open to input at any time and in any form from commissioners and by extension from the public. But I wondered if we can get to a more structured way in which that input can occur. And I say that for a couple of reasons. So the first is, I can understand with respect to the priorities, right? So the priorities come in some ways in terms of addressing risks. Some of them are reactive, as you've identified. They react to particular circumstances or incidents that have occurred. But I think, potentially the board could play a fruitful role there in helping to identify what are the priority policies, right? And the next piece I would suggest is, to your point, Chief, about involving members of the public. A number of those policies that were listed as either having been completed or in the process, I thought, and we've had a conversation about this in the past, right? That sort of public consultation before the policy is created or before the policy is adapted could be potentially really fruitful. So that would be in some of these policies in relation to things like prisoner, female care of, intimate partner violence, searches, and of course, hate crime, right? And that's not to suggest, Chief, of course, you're in the community every day, you're hearing from people, and I'm sure that informs what goes into these policies. But again, just to this point around having greater structure, is there something the board could create, for example, a subcommittee with terms of reference to support this work and provide to fulfill its duty under the Act, provide that oversight and governance, and also to act as a conduit for the community to consult on these policies as they're being developed. And I guess my final point is around approval. So obviously, I heard about the kind of extensive process, right? And I don't want to discount that at all, right? Obviously, there's initial kind of requests or suggestions coming in from officers on the ground, seeing how policy is being applied. Then, their perspectives are being kind of gathered. Their perspectives of other officers within the department are being gathered. A jurisdictional scan is being conducted, looking at other departments across the country, what they're doing and with respect to best practices. You identified legal changes as well, which I was really glad to hear. But then the final stage is their approval by you in your capacity as the chief. And I wondered whether we can get to a point where perhaps in tandem with the public release of the policies are coming through the board as well for kind of final review and approval. And I'd suggest that would be, not for every policy. And again, Chief, you and I have had that conversation before. There's going to be a number of them that are off the table, that are not within our jurisdiction or covered under various privilege exceptions. But for the bulk of the policies, the ones that at least were listed, is there a way in which the board can, again, in keeping with its oversight capacity, play a kind of approval role, right? So you've approved things internally. Now it's coming to the board. The board is going to take a critical look at it. In keeping with its duties, it's going to be filtering them through the duties that we have under 55.3. And then they're going out to the public. So I'm interested here primarily in structure. Like, what's the structure that we can put in place to best facilitate the work that your team is doing, which is wonderful and excellent, but also to ensure that the board is meeting its duties.
Thanks, Commissioner, and through you, Chair, to the entire commission. So, we've put a lot of thought into that, Commissioner. We've obviously had conversations since you and the Chair have been here. We've been having lots of dialogue since Commissioner Blackburn brought it up some time ago to see how we could get there appropriately, safely, ensuring that we are, ensuring protection for law enforcement and those kind of things. So having said all of that and everything that you have said, it is a very extensive process. It's primarily guided by subject matter experts along the way, the people that are doing the work, legislation, all the things that we've talked about today, legal review to ensure that we're abiding by, the laws of the land, so to speak, and making sure that we have everything in there covered off from a risk and legal perspective. Next steps on this beyond today's presentation is a further discussion on exactly how the board's input will look. And I'll be relying on the board. You've just given us a lot of different options there, Commissioner. I haven't had a chance to talk to the chair yet about this. So that likely will be on our next agenda setting meeting. So we'll have that dialogue, and we're open to ensuring that the board has a comfort level with the policies that are being constructed, developed, and put out into circulation. How do we achieve that comfort level for the board? We got to have a dialogue about it and see what's best. Is that a small subcommittee, as you suggest, where you come in monthly, you review the policies, we have a discussion about it, or is it a different way that you'd like to see it happen? We're certainly open to the dialogue and discussion on that piece, and we will loop the board in as we go along. I'll have the next step conversation with the chair, and I'm sure he'll be engaging with the board in its entirety to see what the best way forward is.
Okay, thank you. We just need a quick motion to extend the meeting. What is the commission's wish until when?
4:30.
Okay.
I'll move that we extend the meeting until 4:30.
All right. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kent. All right. Anyone else have comments, questions? No. I'll just go really quickly and again echo the sentiments of thank you to everyone involved with all the work on this. And I don't think you have it in front of you, but if you had the visual of the policy books that you showed me and Commissioner Critchley, I think that would also add some of the understanding of how much work you've done to get to this place you're at today in terms of the review. I also do echo the comments by Commissioner Critchley of just making sure that we're included in this process in some level to follow our duties, and we'll again talk about that in further detail now that we're at this stage. The biggest piece for me that I have in this whole process, so I support us making sure that they're available to the public in whichever form that will be, and hopefully the near future. I definitely support the commission being part of that role. What I wonder about is what do we do when policy issues come up, either through a member who might have a specific issue that they're wondering about, I don't know, say it's use of force or something that might be of public interest, like the report that just came out of Toronto. So how do we, and again, this is a question for all of us, but for you, Chief, with now going through this policy discussion today, how do you envision the board supporting not only the review, but also supporting you when issues of importance to us as a commission come up just off, I guess, not out of nowhere, but just because it's an important public matter. So how do we get to a place where we're not taking away from the internal work of all the policies, but also making sure that we're doing our duty and bringing up issues that are coming up in the public when they do arise?
So thanks, Chair, and through you to the rest of the commission. So, you bring up some good points, and I think it's been mentioned today. The board is engaged. The board is bringing information forward. A perfect example is the presentation by Sonny Mariner today. That was brought to the board's attention. We had a good conversation about it. We've got some more work to do. Just in regards to the mention, and I won't go too far into the collection of race-based data, but we all know we're doing work with the Worley recommendations. Deputy Chief McLean, Kimberly Franklin are chairing a committee working with Dr. Bryan. And, that information, I believe, is going to be forthcoming on how do we do that collectively? How do we collect race-based data across all of the organizations in Nova Scotia and across all of the platforms and all of that? So we'll certainly work more on that. Just in regards to some of the way things come forward, they could be one-on-one. I've had people reach out, to inquire about a certain, something within policy. I don't always know it off the top of my head. Some of the things I know a little better than others. I go over to Nira and we have a conversation. She generally engages Kara, and then we do a check to see what we have, what we don't have. So that's the one-on-one. We also get regular inquiries from the public, whether it comes through HRP Contact or directly to Corporate Affairs or directly to my office, saying, you know, what about this, what about that? So we do our very best to be responsive. I think getting the policies online to the extent that we can will be of great assistance to the public. It'll allow them to go and reference and check. So, you know, whatever the way is that we need to get better informed, I think we need to continue to do it. I think we need to be open to it. And at the end of the day, it really just starts with a conversation. I've been out recently, you know, at a public event, and people have brought up, you know, different issues that are ongoing. We have dialogue, and a lot of times the light goes on and, oh yeah, we got to look at that. Or, no, we've got that covered, and here's the way that we cover it off. And then sometimes people say to me, well, here's the way you could cover it better, Chief. And I say, okay, let's have the conversation. So I think we have to keep the conversation going. And I think we're definitely, I'm not sure which commissioner mentioned we're headed in the right direction. I think it was Councillor Ken. I'm not quoting you, Commissioner, but I think we're doing a lot of work, and it's the team. The team is pressing ahead. We've got people that are working on it day in and day out, trying to ensure that we have all of our bases covered. So I know that's probably not an exact answer, but I think we do need to keep the information sharing. And, you know, whatever the board brings forward, we're certainly going to consider, and hopefully continue the dialogue and trying to get to where I think we all want to get to.
No, that's good. And really my biggest concern is capacity. And we can all talk about capacity and just the necessity of many things that we do. But when I think of the policy pieces, we know that that's a gap that even for us as a board, we need to fill, and we're going to have somebody that's going to be supporting us with policy. But you know, even thinking on your end, you know, if we request a review of a policy, understanding that you have to assign that to somebody, and that might take them away from doing something else. So as we go forward, just thinking of how we're going to resource, because as you know, the board's getting a lot more active in trying to I guess, adhere to our duties that's been given to us, and that does take resources and whatnot. So I do want us to kind of continue to think of how do we support the resources needed, and maybe that's again at a budget time where you might need a civilian or two that focus strictly on policy next time around. But anyway, that's a thought of mine. And again, thank you for all the work. And I did forget to call for the vote on extending. So all those in favor of extending the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, thank you. And nobody else has requested to speak. And I believe, yes. All right, well, again, thank you so much, Chief and team, for that presentation. So we are at our time. We have a few items. So I'm wondering, I'd like us to do, yeah, we have a couple of items that we should deal with today, I hope. So I'm wondering, Carol, can you tell me which one of the appointments is the one that has a time attached to it?
In fact, all three have a time attached to them. All three of these, and I think we've already talked about them extensively, but my term on the Nova Scotia Association, the Canadian, and our contribution to Nova Scotia Association of Police Governance as a member are all timely.
Right. So what I'll ask, and don't disagree at all. So what I'll ask is, we did have discussion on all three of these items prior. So not saying you can't have debate, but I'm just wondering if we could put the motion on the floor and do a quick vote. That way we can move on to our next item. Again, not saying folks you can't speak, but I think we had some.
I think we can zip through these.
Yeah. So Mcdougall, if you want to just start putting the motion on the floor, that's great.
Okay, so the first one is that the Board of Police Commissioners appoint Commissioner Lisa Blackburn to serve as the Commission's representative on the Nova Scotia Association of Police Governance Board of Directors.
Second.
Thank you.
That's been seconded. You call for question? Does that work?
Question.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Opposed say nay. All right, that passes. 10.1.5.
That the Board of Police Commissioners approve the selection of Commissioner Yemi Akindoju to serve as the Commission's nominee to the Canadian Association of Police Governance Board of Directors for the term 2022-2024.
Second.
That's been seconded by Commissioner Blackburn. I failed to ask this question before, but I'll ask it now. Are there any other members who want their name brought forward, just to make sure that we're putting that option out there? Nope. Okay. Call for the question on that.
You see Yemi's hand up. Is that?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to tell, my meeting starts here at 3, and I'm going to head out just about 5 minutes to 3. I'm in the same building with the when the meeting is going to, so I'm just going to go downstairs.
No, thanks for letting us know.
I hope you haven't missed it, Yemi. It's 3:45.
No, it's 3 to 3 here.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. You're somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Question.
Yeah. President McCall, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, thank you. All right, and last one.
The last one is that the Board of Police Commissioners approve the annual renewal of the Commission's membership in the Nova Scotia Association of Police Governance in the amount of $900.
Second.
Thank
Seconded by
you.
Commissioner Kent.
Question.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Thank you.
All right, great job, folks. All right, so moving to, just get situated here, moving to our next item, 10.2.1, the Blackburn Board of Police Commissioners Working Group on recommendations to define the funding police terms of reference.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that the Board of Police Commissioners 1 approve the terms of reference as outlined in attachment 1 of the report dated June 15th, 2022 for a working group on recommendations to define defunding the police. 2, approve the formation of the working group on recommendations to define defunding police, directing the working group to follow the terms of reference below. A, review the committee on recommendations to define defunding police report, defunding the police, defining the way forward for HRM, and review the 36 recommendations. B, identify the governmental agency with responsibility for specific recommendations. C, recommend to the board a course of action to further the implementation of specific recommendations by identified responsible agencies. D, recommend to the board terms of reference for a subcommittee to work on recommendations concerning the implementation of those recommendations within the board's jurisdiction. E, provide a report containing these and any related recommendations for the Board of Police Commissioners to consider. And 3, the working group on recommendations to define defunding police shall submit a written report to the Board of Police Commissioners. I so move.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kent. And yes, thank you all. A huge thank you to Marty Ward and Ian at the clerk's office for helping with this big time. Commissioner Smith, you did the heavy lifting with the terms of reference, and we took that document and just massaged it a little bit. And this certainly gives us a path forward, so we can start with the 3 members of the Board of Police Commission. You remember the last meeting, it was Commissioner Akindoju and Commissioner Kent and myself who volunteered for this initial phase. Again, as I said at that time, this working group, I see them meeting maybe 3 or 4 times to get just basically lay the groundwork for the greater subcommittee work that will take place and will likely be ongoing for the immediate and long-term future. So I appreciate everyone's support on this, and let's dig in there and get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mcdougall.
Thank you. I just have one question about deadline for the recommendations coming back with a written report. Do you have any sort of anticipated time? I know we're heading into summer and it's tricky, but any idea when that might happen?
We were aiming for the end of September.
Okay, thanks.
As I said, this this working group is just sort of the initial. We'll just set the table for the subcommittee and get things ready for them, because this is going to be a huge job ahead of us.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm having a little trouble kind of grappling with what is the terms of reference for this. And only having trouble since Commissioner Blackbird's last comment, that it appears that this is the work that the 3 of us, Yemi, myself, and Lisa, volunteered for. Are we part of a larger group, or is this a 3-person board only task to do the first phases of which is this terms of reference? I'm still unsure where that other piece that you just spoke of, which is the heavy lifting, will come later.
Sure.
Can you clarify that? The other piece, I'm a little concerned about a turnaround for September, because of the nature of the fact that we're going into the 2 summer months where meeting scheduling is hard enough at the best of times, let alone when you have a bunch of people that might be not available. The other piece is, we have 3 people who have expressed an interest. Should we be identifying that now and in a second piece of the motion to help get things going, to say that the board approves these 3, so we don't have to come back to an early meeting in July, for instance, just to get that going. The other piece of this is I don't see anywhere in here where we speak to the layer of what this working group is going to do is our recommendations to the board. Ultimately, the board gets the final decision on what is considered to be actionable for these out of the 36 recommendations. I don't want it to be thought of in the public that there's a sense at this point without us. This is what I have referred a number of times in the past about us unpacking the recommendations. And we may or may not land on some that get traction. And I don't want there to be any misunderstandings that we have somehow endorsed by you going forward with this, somehow endorsed all 36.
All right, if I may, Mr. Chair. So yeah, absolutely. So the working group this is a very informal gathering of just the 3 of us.
The 3 of us.
Yep. And our meetings will be somewhat informal, most likely virtual. And our job will basically be to look at each of those recommendations and assign which order of government is responsible for them. We will also, amongst the 3 of us, come up with the terms of reference for the greater subcommittee. So it will be up to us during our work to determine, how many members of the Board of Police Commissioners do we want to have on this subcommittee. what representation from the public do we want to have on the subcommittee, and write the terms of reference for the subcommittee in general. So, certainly once our work is done and our report is submitted the end of September or whenever, then the working group is disbanded, and you are certainly more than welcome to carry on and be a member of the subcommittee. But I just saw, because we want the subcommittee to have input from the public, from members, from folks outside of this group here. I just thought it would be a better use of everyone's time if a working group just sort of set the table and got everything in place, so that when the subcommittee is struck and we have the full membership, they are off and running, and they already have a terms of reference. They already have a listing of all of the recommendations and what order of government it would be that looks after them. I would think that the subcommittee during their work would ultimately determine which of the recommendations are going to be implemented and which ones can't be for whatever reason. But I'm not sure if I answered all the questions there.
Yeah, I think you did. And Mr. Chair, just if I could respond, and then I'll give someone else a turn. I most of that made sense. What I'm a little concerned about now is us getting ahead on the thoughts that we could come up with a terms of reference for a subcommittee work without having the board's input on the work that we would do around whose level of government is and whose responsibility, and whether it's something we as a board endorse as being something we should move forward. Again, I don't want to set up an expectation that we'll vet the first piece and come back with terms of reference for a committee when we don't really know yet what we as a board will on a whole will get behind as far as what we're moving forward with. And around the public participation, I'm all for it if it's required. I don't want it to be a pre-con conclusion that we're going to need it. It could be there may be a bunch of them that are translatable into action right away. Mm-hmm. And we need to be reminded of the fact that a whole lot of public engagement was done on the first round of bringing this to this piece. I would like us not to get, I don't want the next layer of a subcommittee to slow the process of getting some things moving if we don't need it. So I'm just trying to set expectations here a little bit publicly on, we still have to work through a few things before we know what needs more public consultation on, and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. So, and I think a lot of that information will come in the report from the working group.
From us. Okay.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Because certainly we have the legislative support through the clerk's office. They'll be there to, take minutes and so, that
and help develop a final report.
Okay. Exactly. Right. And keep us out of trouble.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I hope that clarifies.
Yes, thank you,
Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. And I don't see anybody else with comment, so I'll jump in. September was mentioned, and I just what was September for? And I thought I heard a date of September.
I think I initially suggested the end of September, but certainly we can push that to the end of October if it's felt that the working group will need more time and it'll require more time to do the meetings or do the reports. I mean.
Okay, no, I just wasn't clear. So thank you. So overall, thank you for getting this here today. I know it took some legwork. Personally, really, and this is my personal feeling, is that I think the work that's actually to be done to get to a final report isn't as heavy lifting and as difficult as it might feel. Because looking at the motion, it does feel that there's a lot to be done. But reading the report, it to me, it's very clear that the recommendations actually say from the authors of the report who should be taking care of the the specific recommendations. So I don't feel there'll be a lot of research needed on the committee's end to truly understand who will be responsible. Really, you'll just be organizing it in whatever way you decide to do it. And then in terms of reference, I think also you have some bones you can work with the current terms of reference. So I think you could also turn that out pretty quickly.
Absolutely. When we definitely have bones with the document that you provided. So yeah, this is not going to be a long job for sure.
Right. So I think you could definitely get this within September. Just obviously carving out some time and you three folks putting your head down with the support of the clerk's office and et cetera, et cetera. And I think you could do it for sure, and you get it to us in September. I believe in you, and I know that you're all capable individuals. So I say I'd support this. I think it's a lot less onerous than it may feel, just because that report is pretty intensive and pretty detailed in its recommendations. So I definitely support the work for sure. Oh, I see a hand. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, very quickly. I just want Marty or the clerk's office to weigh in on, is there any layer of getting any of this to council? We're a commission of council, right? For the Board of Police Commissioners. Is there anything here that we're missing?
Well, there is some, and perhaps Commissioner Blackburn can mention this, but in the meeting what we had, we discussed with Paul Johnson, really on behalf of the administration, how some of this might be coordinated with what's going on with the police review and with the safety review by Amy, and so they would be resources to sort of coordinate some of this. So you'd have the benefit, this working group will have the benefit of that. So hopefully your map coming out of this thing would align with those sort of processes. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Yeah. So we don't want this thing to go out in silos, for example, right? Okay.
Right. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right. So with
Question?
that, yes, thank you. Questions been called. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. All right, that passes. So we are over time, and what I want to propose to members is that we deal with item item 7.1 that was deferred from our February 28th, that we deal with this item now, and we would then defer our chief updates, and the chiefs, if you have things that you like share with us, you could probably put it in writing and maybe share it with the board, and I could distribute it, or we could save the updates for our next meeting. But I would like us to deal with 7.1 because we've kind of deferred this for a fair amount of time. Can we do that?
Sorry, excuse me, Chair Smith.
Yeah.
We should deal with item 13.1 first before we deal with 7.1.
Oh, right. Sorry, I had them confused. Right.
So do you need a motion to go in camera? Or do we need a motion to actually change the agenda first? I don't know.
Yeah. So if we want to defer the chief updates and move on to the in camera, is there anything we need to do?
We need a motion to defer item 10.4.
Okay.
To the next meeting.
Motion to defer item 10.4 to next meeting.
I'll move.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Mcdougall. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Sorry, chiefs.
I was thinking.
All right. So a motion to go in camera, please.
I'll move that, please.
Thank you.
So we log off.
Second.
believe, go to Teams.
Chair Smith, this is Ian McLean here. We would just need a call and a vote on the question before we move to in-camera, and then we would move to the in-camera Teams meeting. This meeting will have all cameras and microphones blocked off for the duration of the in-camera. We will then return back here for any public component. Sorry, Marty, I see your hand is up.
I just wanted to add, Chair Smith, that I'm not sure we want everybody in the in-camera session. You're muted.
Yeah, so let's go in camera and with whoever is usually there, and then we'll determine who doesn't need to be there in the session.
That's fine.
Cool. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Nay. Thank you. Passes. See you in camera.
Good evening. The Board of Police Commissioners will be returning back to the Zoom meeting. We can return. We appear to be having some technical issues going on right now. Chair Smith, can you try to say something? Oh, you're good to go.
Yeah.
We're good now.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me unmute. Thank you.
We broke Ian.
All right, so we got quorum. We're back. Thank you, folks. So I wonder if the motion could be put on the floor, or in the chat, the ratification, and then it can be read, folks. And before we do that, Commissioner Critchley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Smith. I'm going to go back to agenda item. I'm not sure which one it is. The one about declarations of conflict.
Yeah.
I'll declare a conflict with respect to item 7.1.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I'll put this motion on the floor.
Thank you.
Move that the Board of Police Commissioners, one, discuss the legal opinion received in item 13.1 during discussion of item 7.1, jurisdictional authority to create a terms of reference for an independent civilian review, and two, release the private and confidential legal opinion dated May 30th, 2022 to the public. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Blackburn. There's nothing further to discuss here. This is ratification. Just again, Ian, just to make sure I'm doing this right. So ratification. Now, once this, if this gets approved, we then move to 7.1, which is a different motion, correct?
That is correct, Chair Smith.
Okay.
They're two independent items. So once this item is completed, we can move to item 7.1.
All right, great. So if there's no
Question.
comments, thank you. Questions called. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, so moving to 7.1, who'd like to put that on the floor?
Mr. Chair, do we have to move, 7.1 is already on the floor, is it not?
Oh, you're right.
It's just
Yes, you're
deferred
correct.
business.
Thank you.
So we
for
are
that.
we are off to the races.
No, you were right. So I'll just kind of set the stage, and members can jump in. I know we're past our time, and we had a discussion. So what this item is what was the date that I believe it was February 28th. Yeah, February 28th, when we first had this discussion on this item, the jurisdictional authority related to an independent civilian review for the protest to happen on August 18th. It was the board's opinion that we get an independent legal opinion on whether or not we had jurisdiction to investigate, and we just will make that opinion available to the public as we just voted, so folks will be able to read it themselves. But the gist of it, and Marty, I don't think Andrew is here, but Marty, if you want to jump in at some point, to really the gist of it from the opinion that we received is that yes, the board has authority, but only on certain aspects of the review. Understanding that the operational aspect is not under purview of the board, but the oversight, governance, and policy aspects is within the purview of the board, and we do have the authority to investigate. So it's very important for folks to understand within what we received from the opinion, and very similar to the opinion that we received from our legal folks within HRM, is that the board doesn't have the authority to investigate in the whole incident of August 18th, but we do have the authority to investigate aspects related to governance, oversight, and policy. So right now, the board will be deciding through this motion that's on the floor whether or not we move forward with finding somebody to help us prepare that terms of reference for that oversight review and report. So with that, that's really I hope, a high level understanding of what we're being asked to do today, and motions are already on the floor. So if there's any further comments, questions that commissioners would like to bring forward, it's just now is the time. So I don't see, oh, Commissioner Kent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a couple of points. So I just want to read into the record the conclusion that we got from Mr. Dennis, and just in around the perspective of the motion that we have on the floor. So in conclusion, for the reasons set out in this letter, it's my opinion that the Board of Police Commission does have the authority to create an independent civilian review committee as defined in the motion, which the review cannot include a review of police conduct or individual officer conduct. I know that you, Mr. Chair, had spoke to that, but I want to be very clear to the public that we cannot include those pieces. Having said that, after looking again at the draft, the motion that's before us, I'm just going to repeat it for anyone who might be paying attention, that the Board of Police Commissioners prepare a draft of a mandate in terms of reference for independent civilian review of the oversight, governance, and policy aspects of HRP's handling of the protests on August 18th, 2021, which mandate in terms of reference were received and reviewed by the board at a future meeting. So I think that this motion now, that we have the clarity. I think the motion can still stand the way it is, at least until, unless someone offers a compelling suggestion as to why it wouldn't. And I think really it's important to speak to the role that we play here as Board of Commissioners. I think that it's August 18th was a disheartening scenario that played out here in the municipality. As Board of Police Commissioners, there were elements of it that we wish had not happened, and certainly the public. Well, I think there were also I think there could be room for creating stronger governance pieces over situations that could unfold. Now that we have seen it in our city, I want to make sure that we don't have that opportunity again, and go in knowing and understanding what could take place, and talk about the kinds of scenarios that could unfold, and know in advance that we're in favor of it and we're supportive of it, so that we're not caught off guard again. And I think this kind of review can open our eyes to those things, can put a lens on some ways to improve. So I'm open to us doing this, because ultimately we want to do better, and this could really bring something to the table for us as Board of Police Commissioners, because the focus is going to be on our role. And we spoke to meetings that we talked about of what we will do as a board. And I think this meets and aligns with all of those goals that we had discussed and agreed upon. So I'm good with what we have here. Again, I'm open to hearing from the other commissioners to see if there's something else that I've missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mcdougall.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on what Commissioner Kent was saying, that this is, I think, an opportunity for us to look at our own, responsibility to consider the policies that we might develop over the next while. One of the things we did during our work plan session in December was identify that we really needed to do some more work on governance itself, and what it means, and how we are governing. And in light of that, we've invited someone to come and work with us. And that someone, coincidentally, was very involved in a report that Dennis James quoted, the Morden report in Toronto after the G20 summit. And so having Ryan Teschner, who is with the Toronto Police Board, he's the executive director of that board, work with us, could help us understand better the kind of civilian policies and oversight that we could put in place so that we could be guided in the future, and hopefully make sure that this kind of, what happened on the 18th doesn't happen that way again.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I'm not going to belabor this anymore. I agree with the motion, I agree with the comments. So really the next step is to find somebody, come back to the board of how that process will happen. Again, we're embarking a lot of new territory on this commission, which I think is a good thing. So how that will happen will take some time, because I don't think any commission that I'm aware of has taken on work like this. So we will have to do a little bit of background work to see how we can do this properly. So if nobody has anything further, call for the question. Questions can call. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. I believe that is it. We deferred our chief updates. We dealt with our in-camera. Yeah, I think that's it.
Mr. Chair, didn't we have 2 items for in camera? That one that which should we have to defer if we run out of time? It was on item number 2. Maybe not. I don't know. Hang on.
No. Yeah, let me pick 2 just to make sure that I'm not. No,
No, okay, I see what it was. One was information item. Okay.
Yep. So we're good. We're good to go. I see Commissioner Creakley, your hand's up.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Can I just give a notice of motion now?
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, that was the motion.
Okay, so I just want to take notice that at the July meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners, I intend to move a motion to propose that the chair of the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners direct the chief officer of the HRP and recommend that the chief superintendent of the Halifax District RCMP prepare staff reports to be received by the board at their August meeting. These reports should briefly outline all policies, procedures, and other operational guidance provided to officers regarding the enforcement of subsections 8 sub 1 and 8 sub 2 of Halifax Regional Municipality Bylaw P600 respecting municipal parks.
Thank you. Any other notice of motion? Sorry for missing that, Commissioner. So our next meeting is what date?
Excuse me, Chair Smith. So the date for the next meeting is July 6th.
Okay.
And I just want to verify before we finish whether or not there was actually a vote on the motion for item 7.1.
I think there was. I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, it was the last thing we did.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I just wanted to double check because I've been just finalizing the minutes, so I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
We voted on the deferred motion, right?
Yeah.
That was what we voted.
Yeah.
The original.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. All right, so next meeting July 6th, and call for adjournment. Mover.
Mr. Chair, I notice on the schedule, it says if needed. So do we have enough items for July 6th to constitute a meeting? I'm asking because I have an ulterior motive as well, because it's my birthday and my family are going to want to do something with me. But I'm just saying that also, do we have both July and August both spoke to, both were at, if needed. So I don't want us to just assume it's there if.
Right. So most likely our August is going to not be there for sure. And I said this earlier when we first, I think it'd be good for us to take a August break because we've been going pretty consistently. July, what I'll do is when we have our agenda setting, I think in a week, I'll follow up with the commissioners just to let you know how much stuff we got going on. But right now, plan for the 6th. but once we have agenda setting, I'll let you know if anything changes.
Sounds good. Notice to adjourn.
Thank you, adjourn.
No, motion to adjourn, I should say.
Sure. All right. Well, thank you all. You've been great. Thank you, staff and everybody else. I know this was a long one. This was a marathon, but got through it, and